doing it live.
We're live.
Oh, we're live. It's working. Hey, anyone here? I don't know. I can't even see the MacBook. I don't know where my shot's at.
We have 9 people.
Got 9 people. Okay.
Gotta go wider and further back.
Oh, there we go. Can you guys hear me? Everybody hear me? Okay. I'm here in the studio with cameraman Eric. We're getting ready to shoot some couch content. We had a bunch of technical difficulties getting this live going, mainly because I forgot my laptop. But we're set now. So like I said, this isn't going to be a usual live. I'm not going to be sitting here talking to you guys. I'm just going to let it go while we do our thing. I'll check in with the camera from time to time between takes, things like that. You can pop questions into the chat, and every now and then we'll answer some when we can in between takes and things like that. But you're going to just get like basically a view of what we do. So it's probably going to take us half an hour before we even start shooting, so I can get set, get ready, get everything loaded up on the prompter, and get ready to go. We're starting today with something, a different type of episode, and then we're going into 3. We're doing Bonnie and Clyde, Clark Olofsson, and Heaven's Gate. So that's what you can expect to see today. We'll take a break at lunch and chat with everybody a little bit while we're eating. I got my breakfast here. Sorry, it's not cereal. Eric, might give us a rundown quick what you got set up, our setup is?
Yeah. You can't see on the screen here.
No, you can't.
Camera. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Well,
Step into it.
as you can see, there's a camera right here. And there's a teleprompter in front of the camera. We have our key light here above me. Couch is here. Now we have this little, call this a net on this side of the key light, because the light is closer to this side of the couch than to that side of the couch. So to make the light fall evenly across the couch, you need to cut the light on this side just a little bit. So we use a net to do that. We've got a big green screen behind here. You can't really see the whole thing on the camera, but behind it there's a big green screen. And then we have a little bit of a bounce board on this side of Josh, kind of fill in his fill side. And there's a backlight behind him that you can't see either, I don't think. Blocks. And that's it. Frozen screen circle moving is in there. Yeah, this is not, we're not. That's not good, eh? It's weird because, like, I see. Oh, wait. Not going in. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's working. It's working again? Yeah. It's definitely not great. It's lagging here.
I wonder if you should just connect the camera straight to the... Connect it via the cable? You think that's probably a problem?
I think it's no. I think it's just something with the stream itself. I mean, the Wi-Fi is not amazing here right now.
Okay.
Dan, he's doing the green screen.
If you can shoot some, if you see something, you can show it to me. Yeah, I do use a green screen. I used to shoot in a real house where this couch was, but we lost access to the house. Had to sell the house, so I bought the couch.
So the exposure level, are we going with
What we had.
the bright one?
Just leave it, yeah.
Did you notice that it looked less
Yeah, I don't know. I was able to figure it out. Check. 1, 2, yes. Check. Check. Hey, welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. Go. And tell me the Wi-Fi password again. It was, you don't remember?
Yeah, you just don't want to say.
Oh, yeah. All right.
This is connected. Like next time we should just like this into OBS. We can take them.
I'd love to.
Just take the room audio, you know, like.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to start with this update video that we're doing about like what's on the channel. Any comments?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Great.
That, no, I meant there's anyone asking it.
Getting buffering on my end.
Great.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty. But well, like, pretty shitty. I don't know. We try to fix this now.
No. It is easily easy. Probably hear me a little better now that the stuff, the HVAC's off. So you can see the excitement of shoots. Teleprompter, teleprompter, there we go. Host session. Showing session. Set.
Yeah, everyone's saying it's just choppy, buffering, and not really watchable. Let me just answer this quickly.
You sure it's not because they We're trying to go wireless too, because like the internet's stable.
Yeah, we can try wired. It's just like I don't.
Let's just plug the wire in for a second and see if it improves. Like literally don't have to do. We could literally put the camera here for now. We were trying to do a wireless camera, so we're now just plugged it in to see if that'll help with the stream for everybody. So let's hope it does. Or almost. Let us know if it's improved with that change, okay? That'd be helpful.
Oh.
What's that?
Javasar says that it's good, Unk.
It's good. Doing the friggin' unk stuff, dude.
Josh doesn't like to feel old, so.
How's everything look? I should just double check my hair quick. Speaking of looking old. But I'm pretty much ready to go on my hair. You are.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe I should take my coat off the back of the couch for a minute.
It's buffering now.
People say it's buffering.
I just got the low connection quality warning.
It's really weird, eh?
I don't know. The Wi-Fi in here is not like
Great.
it's not well. It just hasn't been set up to be like we have all these nodes we got around the space.
Why is it shaking?
I think because the cable is pulling on it. It's not very tight in there. Can I get tighter? It's just a kind of flimsy tripod, I guess.
Okay. So although you guys can see crap on my tabletop, we can't see it in the shot. So
Oh, we need to bring the camera up. Webcam, don't you? But I don't know.
We don't have a choice. I mean, I suppose we could, if later we could just try unplugging and see if it works or not. Okay, good?
Yeah. So then, you just see the. Sit. Had a lot of headroom. There we go.
Hey, welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name is Josh.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. I gotta join the prompter.
Okay. Here you go.
Ready? Last looks.
Yeah. That's good.
Fashion, board games, weird games, last meals, psychologists. It'd be nice if you could, like, with a live stream like that, schedule it and then be able to, like, schedule it for a certain amount of hours and be able to, like, exit out of it and come back into the same one. Not just end it and then it's done forever kind of thing.
Yeah.
Good.
Just fixing something.
So yeah, first I'm doing an episode it's not even really an episode, it's like a walk through the channel for all the new subscribers to tell them kind of about the other things that exist on the channel. Because a lot of people don't know all the different types of content that is on the channel. I get lost in the back catalog and I wanted to like share that with some people. So that's what this is. Ready when you are.
So shimmy to your right the tiniest bit. Left, sorry. Yeah, that's good.
Symmetrical enough. Road's okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's good. Okay.
From cereal to fashion, board games, weird games, last meals, psychologists, psychics, experiments, movie reviews, swing sets, mashups, John Wayne Gacy's ghosts, live streams, and more. Today, I want to go over my favorite stuff on the channel. Today, I want to go over my favorite stuff on the channel. All right. This one is for the new people. So if you subscribed in the last few, maybe 6 months or so, which by the way, there's a lot of you, which by the way, there's been a lot of you. This is kind of a, hey, so you just moved to the neighborhood kind of tour. Because I've been noticing something lately. In an episode, I'll reference an older episode, and in the comments, people will be like, wait, what? What? I've never seen that. And then I'm starting to realize that I've got this whole huge entire back catalog on this channel that a lot of new subscribers have absolutely no idea exists. A lot of people are familiar with this look in style, void, but I got a lot of other stuff here too. So today I'm giving you the unofficial bite-sized breakfast cereal orientation. So if you see something that you like in this episode and it catches your eye and you want to see it, see more of it, I'm going to rearrange some playlists for each of these types of content. I'm going to provide links both in the description and in a pinned comment right below this video. So scroll through there. But if for some reason you still can't find what you're after, just let me know in the comments and I'll hit you right back with a direct link. Remember, I read all of your comments. Okay, ready? Let's go. I lost the connection with the prompter too. It's like there's weird network shit happening. Hosts, I'm supposed to be joining the session. Hosting. Weird.
Just gonna turn it back a little bit. Maybe I should just run this from the top anyways, use that as my warm up. Cool? Pardon?
I'll just run it from the top anyways, use that as like a warm-up.
Yep.
All set? Okay. On.
Yep.
From cereal to fashion, board games, weird games, last meals, psychologists, psychics, experiments, movie reviews, swing sets, mashups, John Wayne Gacy's ghost, live streams, and more. Today, I want to go over my favorite stuff on the channel. All right, this one's for the new people. So if you subscribe in the last, 6 months or so, which by the way, there's been a lot of you, this is kind of a, hey, so you just moved to the neighborhood kind of video. Because I've been noticing something in the last little bit. I'll reference an older episode in one of the new videos, and people will be like, in the comments, wait, what? Wait, I've never seen this. So I'm realizing, there's an entire back catalog on this channel that a lot of the newer subscribers have no idea even exists. Not just the cereal. So a lot of people are also, they're familiar with this look and style. But I got a lot of other stuff here too. So today I'm giving you the unofficial bite-sized breakfast cereal orientation. And if you see something that catches your eye in this episode and you want to check out more of it, I'm actually going to just rearrange some playlists for each of the types of content. And I'll provide links to everything in a pinned comment underneath this video and as well as in the description. And if for some reason you still can't find what it is you're looking for that you saw, just let me know in a comment and I will hit you back with the direct link in a response, okay? Remember, I read all of your comments. Okay, ready? Let's go.
Shimmy to your left again, the tiniest bit.
Scroll back a little bit. Ahead.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah. Breakfast cereal. I think most of you know that I started this channel at almost exclusively for 2 years. Each episode in that style is just on a different person. I made a box for each. I sit on the couch, eat cereal, and tell you the story. There are, at the time of me shooting this, about 48 different or so episodes. I dropped episodes 1, 2, and 3 all together way back on November 12th, 2022. I mostly cover American serial killers, but there's some Canadian, there's British, Russian, I think that there's Australians. And not all are serial killers, but 90% of those episodes are. It's funny too, after the channel started to take off a little bit a few months back, I learned a new word, and I'm still not sure how to pronounce it. I think it's misophonia, which according to Google is a disorder characterized by intense negative emotions such as rage, panic, or which according to Google is a disorder characterized by intense negative emotions such as rage, panic, or disgust, triggered by specific, often repetitive sounds like chewing, lip smacking, and it affects up to 20% of adults. It can cause severe social isolation, anxiety, and a desire to escape. And I don't know what you know about YouTube, but a desire to escape my video is not something I'm after. So, after 3 years of me doing that, nobody said anything. I think maybe 2 comments about eating. And then all of a sudden, I'm hearing it all over the place after the channel started to take up. So long story short, I don't eat in the videos anymore. I still have the boxes, but no more eating. Okay, next up, guess who? I basically turned serial killers into a super weird version of the board game Guess Who. I worked with a talented artist named James Highslope to create the caricatures and created my very own game. Now, so far, there's only just 2 episodes. One with a psychic medium named Rebecca, and one with a forensic psychologist, Dr. Rachel Tolles. The format of each of those episodes is similar to Hot Ones. Where the host interviews people while he eats hot wings, or they eat hot wings, I should say. It's the same kind of idea. The game becomes the vehicle for the conversation. Personally, I absolutely love these episodes. They're a bit longer, and I think they're equal parts interesting and hilarious. I'm desperate to do more of them as well, but I think I just got to find the right guests. Killer Drip. Fashion and serial killers. That makes sense, right? Well, a few years back, I came across a video by fashion YouTuber Demetrius Levi. This was before I even had the channel. It was just a video he made on Steve McQueen. But there was something about it, and I thought he was incredible. I thought his video style was so good. He's such a talented content creator. So I earmarked him as somebody that I wanted to do something, anything with. And then fast forward a few years, and I got this channel going. I emailed him randomly. He responds, and the next thing you know, he's crossing the border into Canada and coming to hang out for a day in studio. We made 4 episodes together. We called it Killer Drip, where we analyze, and I'm going to use that term extremely lightly, the fashion choices of serial killers. We did BTK, Ted Bundy, of course, we did Manson. Yeah, I know he's not a serial killer. And we did Richard Ramirez. Sorry, let's back up a little. We did, yeah. So we did BTK, Ted Bundy, of course, Manson, whatever, I know he's not a serial killer, and Richard Ramirez. They're totally off-the-cuff types of episodes, completely unscripted other than the intros. They didn't get much love each episode when I originally released them. They didn't get many views, no eyeballs on them, and I mean, still, look, after a couple of years, they're still each of them under 5K, no more than 5,000 views. I think personally they deserve better, so check them out. And you know what? Even if fashion isn't your thing, it really doesn't matter. Trust me. Last meals. I did 2 episodes where I make the last meal of a serial killer, sort of. First was John Wayne Gacy. That episode is a personal favorite of mine.
What do you see at the top?
The top line for me is first was John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
First was John Wayne Gacy. That episode is a personal favorite of mine. It's maybe top 3. It takes a turn, and I end up kind of involuntarily collabing with this KFC employee who runs a Twitch channel called Chill Fortnite Vibes. Mega chicken, though. You should check it out. In the other episode, I voluntarily collabed with Cook Show Trevor. He's a guy who just makes pizzas on the internet. He's got a pretty big following. He makes crazy pizzas. So I took the largest last meal in history and put it on one singular pizza. So yeah, make sure you do go over there and check out Trevor. I'll link his YouTube and TikTok and Instagram here as well. Movie reviews. To date, I've reviewed, I think, like 8, maybe 10 or so different movies. Spoiler, I don't review good movies. Not yet, anyway. It's more fun. It's more fun with the B movies. They've given us great acting moments like this. Now, in the future, after I hit like 100K subs or something here, we're going to be launching a Discord server, and we're going to host some watch parties for movies like these. And I think that could be a lot of fun, like live reviews or just watching these types of movies together in a big group, right? Swing sets. Okay, time to get a little more serious. I did a PSA on the dangers of swing sets and their link to serial killing. I created a logo, got backed by the medical industry, and even created a change.org petition, which is still active, by the way, today, still active. I'll link it. You should definitely check out that video, the PSA. It's only like 2 minutes long, but I gotta tell you, very powerful 2 minutes. Experiments. A few of my episodes feature me getting out into the world, off of the couch, out of the void, into the world, to perform these like different experiments, sort of, like this. So that's from my Ed Kemper's childhood games episode. I tried out a few of the so-called games that Ed says he played as a child. Cameraman Erik and I tried out a couple of them. They're very weird games. The Bobbit video. The Bobbit video, which is actually Cameraman Erik's fave episode, and you know what, it's probably mine too, features several very scientific experiments That episode gave me a lot of problems here on YouTube. But you know what? It was probably because of this kind of thing. I don't even know if I should show it. Hey, this. I did like Ed Kemper in a AAA commercial. Stuff like that. They did really well on Instagram. Millions of views, some of them, like 6 million views. And I tried releasing them here on the YouTube channel in like a compilation form to showcase a bunch of them, but it didn't do very well. The episodes aren't even very old. They were literally just like a month or so before the channel started to go. Cameraman Erik, again, he joins me for 2 of the 3 episodes. The 2 of us are just sitting on the couch unscripted, talking and laughing about the different mashups that have been made. Live stream. If you happen to be bored Wednesday night, come hang out with us. I do a live stream, hopefully Eric and Dan, and by the end of the year, even if that's possible, who knows? But I'll be able to do so much more. Book club, more Guess Who. I'd be able to fly guests out here to be on Guess Who with us, right? A lot more content just out in the world doing things. I have some crazy ideas, trust me. Bronson Part 2. I'm curious too what you cornflakes want out of this channel. I want this to be, as I've said a bunch of times here, a community, right? I'm laying plans to launch some things for that community when I hit 100K, like subs and some merch again available, and memberships for the channel, the Discord server that I talked about. But I'll make sure that I keep all of the regular content, the weekly or bi-weekly episodes, totally free for everyone. If you've been here a while, drop down in the comments which of the older episodes that you think the new people have to see. And if you're new, tell me which lane of content or which style of content that you've seen here that you prefer and why. Because the channel keeps evolving and I don't want half the room just kind of missing the catalog. Anyway, welcome to Breakfast Cereal. I'm Josh, and this is True Crime for people tired of true crime. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay. I feel like I put the limit of things I can watch at one time. Like I can't.
Oh yeah,
I'm having a hard time keeping my eye on.
Don't pay attention to the live stream.
Okay.
Just let it go, and like whatever happens, happens.
I just want to check what's the audio.
It seems like people are able to see what's happening. At least.
It's really choppy, but yeah, you can see. Okay. I don't think we recorded that. What the fuck is happening?
The whole episode?
Yep.
Audio-wise?
Yep.
Damn.
I don't understand what
That's
that
the first time ever.
The cards are in here and I formatted them, but for some reason it's not. Hold on.
It's a short one.
What the fuck?
Probably gonna do one more take of that episode, folks.
Just give me a second.
Seeing the boxes is cool, says Matt. You guys look, here's behind the scenes. So we'll be doing this one. Oh, I'm in the dark.
Yeah, it's there.
This. But you can see on the back, I don't even bother these days. It's a big sticker, baby. Looks good though, right? Maybe I shouldn't break the illusion. I don't know. You did record it?
Yeah.
I'll say that. I was giving a take that I didn't want to use.
Something's just weird with the.
KRD Zip gave us $2. Thank you, man. That camera intimidates camera people.
We'll do Heaven's Gate. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Heaven's Gate.
How many of you guys are familiar with Heaven's Gate? I would think a lot of you, most people have probably heard it. Maybe not everyone knows exactly what it is. Like, I definitely heard of it for sure, but I didn't know nearly as much as I did until recently, obviously, but that's sort of the point of the channel, I guess, right?
Okay, yeah, we got it. I don't.
Great.
It's just weird, but I'm gonna have to give you both SD cards. Actually, maybe I can transfer it. Let me just see if I can do that. Copy.
Okay, people, we're getting into an actual episode. We're going to do Heaven's Gate, as I just said. It is a long one. And you get to see all the scenes, which I haven't really shown in the past. How many times I mess up. How many times I redo different paragraphs, that kind of thing. And by popular request, I brought back the opening line for this one. How do you start your morning? Ready when you are.
Okay, I think we're good. Shimmy to your left.
Good.
Yeah.
There you are.
Okay, we are speeding.
Actually, 1 second. Is that okay there?
Mm-hmm.
Felt like looking at where the lens was and comparison to the prompter was in the right spot. So I'm just gonna move it a little bit more. There. Okay, here we go. Heaven's Gate, take 1.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you start your morning? Hopefully not isolated and estranged from your friends and family with a guy who looks like this. This is Marshall Applewhite, the founder of Heaven's Gate, And although he looks kind of exactly like that loon who stands on your street corner screaming about the end of days, he wasn't as harmless as he looks. I mean, listen to this. Yeah. Somehow that guy convinced his followers that Earth was to be recycled. Thankfully, their souls could live on. All they had to do was leave their bodies behind and take a joy. Hey, welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. I gotta say, I've been enjoying the second season, shall we call it, back on the couch here. So far, I've covered Britain's Charles Bronson and Australia's Mark Chopper Reed. Everybody seemed to like both of those episodes. Got a lot of positive feedback. And also bonus, heard from a lot of angry Aussies, actually about how nobody drinks Foster, man. Come on, guys. I don't drink maple syrup, okay? Anyway, I'd love to hear from all of you cornflakes.
Take that again. You lean too far away from the mic.
Okay.
Lost you a lot.
Yeah. Let's just take it from the top. Welcome to Breakfast Cereal. There you go. Hey, welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. I gotta say, I've been enjoying this second season, shall we call it that, back here on the couch. So far, I've covered Britain's Charles Bronson and Australia's Mark Chopper Reed. Everybody seemed to like both those episodes. Got a lot of positive feedback. And hey, bonus, heard from a lot of angry Aussies, actually, about how nobody drinks Fosters. But come on, guys, I'm Canadian. I don't drink maple syrup. It's just a thing, right? Anyway, I'd love to hear from all you cornflakes on who or even what you'd like to see me cover in future episodes here. So drop that in the comments for me. And hey, if you haven't already, if you like this episode, make sure you subscribe and hit that hype button. Anyway, cults, man.
1 second. Yep.
Anyway, cults, man. How are people still falling for this garbage? Like, you would think that after, I don't know, 1, 10, 20 groups of people get duped by a lunatic and voluntarily eliminate themselves from the gene pool, that people would start to catch on, right? Apparently not. It seems like every day a new one pops up. Twin Flames universe, the AROPL, the Zizians. I mean, those guys are on a mission to save Earth from rogue AI, kind of like some kind of weird version of vegan John Connor or something. And hey, the list goes on and on and on. But for real, I mean, how many Netflix documentaries do we need to see about guys who look like this, dragging a bunch of people who look like this into the woods somewhere to do yoga and stockpile weapons? You know the documentaries I'm talking about. It's like, episode 1, everything seems great. Oh, what an idyllic life. I could get into this. But then, episode 2, all of a sudden the leader guy's demanding, to sleep with your wife. And by 3, well, there's usually Kool-Aid or something. Like, enough is enough. Sure, I mean, Heaven's Gate hung up their Nikes back in 97, but they weren't the first cult, and they're definitely not going to be the last. Just take a long, hard look at this guy. Who, in their right mind, is going to take anything he says seriously? I mean, maybe this guy. No, the answer is no one. See, guys like this, they can't be upfront about their intentions from the start, or else nobody would sign up, right? Like, imagine you're just minding your own business, and this guy walks up to you in a cheap one-piece uniform that looks like something he found dumpster diving behind Universal Studios, and tells you that A, the Earth is about to be wiped clean in a cosmic reset. Hey, but don't worry, because B, your soul can survive by hitching a ride on a UFO that's trailing the Hale-Bopp comet. And C, all you gotta do is cut off your balls and kill yourself. I mean, you wouldn't be like, yep, checks out. Hey, where do I sign? you wouldn't be like, "Yup, checks out. Where do I sign?" Sure, I mean, you probably laugh for 30 minutes straight, but once you saw Marshall just, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, back a bit. A little further. Sure, you'd laugh for like 25, 30 minutes straight, but once you saw Marshall just staring back at you with a set of those spiraling hypnotic glasses, you'd be like, "Oh, serious? Sorry, I mean, I'd love to stay and chat, but I just remembered that my house is on fire. Gotta go, bye." See, remember, this is Netflix episode 1. Sexual desires are so human. Real next level beings like me, in the time for that shit. Next thing you know, an argument breaks out over who's the most devoted to celibacy. Then Marshall's like, "Silence, earthlings. You think you're dedicated to the next level? I cut my balls off. I'll cut my balls off right now." After exchanging some uncomfortable looks, another dude's like, "No, if I cut my balls off first." Anyway, one thing leads to another, and Marshall confused. What's around here? You see this? So yeah, until your balls disappear, I'm the one calling fucking shots around here. He should have just written a chapter in his space Bible, like, I'm gonna get a view over this, but he should have just written a chapter in his space Bible, like, yeah. Okay, scroll forward. I'll read that once just in case, yeah. He should have just written a chapter in his space Bible, like, "Oh, ye shall know the messenger of the," and followed Marshall to the end. It's a tragic tale of what happens when you stop sipping on the Kool-Aid, Flavor Aid, whatever, and start just shotgunning it back. Man. We covered a lot in this episode, and the ending really only leaves us with more questions. Like, what do you guys think? Did Marshall and Nettles actually believe what they preached? I think it's safe to say their followers did, given that they actually went all the way through with it. But if Marshall didn't believe it himself, then why? What did he have to gain in the end? Why not just dissolve the cult after T died? If he could convince his followers that death was the answer, surely he could have come up with something that wasn't so, permanent. But my biggest question still remains, how does this shit keep happening? Look at this guy. How? Why? How can you look at him and not think, yeah, that guy's a cult?
One more time.
How can you look at him and not think, yeah, how can you look at him and not think, yeah, that guy's a cult? But like I said, they weren't the first cult, and they definitely won't be the last. So what do you think? Was Marshall evil, or was he just drunk on his own Kool-Aid? Let me know down in the comments below. And of course, don't forget to murder that subscribe button, because I've got more killer content dropping all the time. I'll see you in the next one, please.
Cutting. It's fucking freezing in here.
Change stuff and add stuff and
Okay, what do you want to do about the stream? Like,
yeah.
I restarted you can refresh the page and reconnect to it, and it brings it back up, but it's fine right now, but it's just going to drop out again. It keeps dropping out.
Yeah, it's fixed. It's on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm just like, I'm not worried about it. Like, it's like I said, it's going to be what it's going to be, kind of, right? It's just like, it's total. If it completely fails, then I'm not going to leave this one on the channel after it's done. It's just going to be like, oh, I need 5. Do you want to get lunch? Apologies, folks, for the stream. We don't know what's really going on. I don't know why it should be an issue. The internet should be fine. And it's just kind of cutting in and out as it sees fit, but we're just going to leave it and hope for the best. Evans Gate down. Next up, Clark Olofsson. Does anybody, you guys know who this is? He's Swedish. He's the inspiration, or the reason, if you will, we have Stockholm Syndrome.
What is that?
I've popped a few times. I have no idea. Like it sounds like something. I don't know, dude.
Send one stream.
Doesn't make sense though because there is only one URL, and I really
To
don't
think
know.
that we're logged into it twice.
Yeah. Like right now, it's on. It's working.
Just wait 5 minutes, pump some heat in, and then
It's like noise.
it's a notification. Where's it coming from?
Oh.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs. Could be your Mac.
We're going to be getting a message from up there.
Facebook Messenger and Instagram.
Yeah, should wait for it to heat up a bit.
Yeah, it's cold. My nose is cold.
Yeah.
Please give us more. That guy just keeps getting me.
Sorry, guys, it's been a real pain.
Should we get this synced up?
Let's give it a minute for the heat here.
You gotta go grab the Clark squeak. This is Olofsson. Go. Choose go. I've had a couple people tell me that they have that their grandma had the exact same coach, like not just like similar, but like that's the exact one. When I sell them the couch. Okay, should we go? After the thing kicks off. Look at this, people. We got props for this episode. I've got a globe of the world, a fake mustache, and the dictionary's back. Old Mary Webby. When I did the chopper video, someone got really mad at me for using the Merriam-Webster dictionary to define murder instead of using the Australian dictionary to define murder. They got really mad. They wrote a big long thing. If you're going to do a video about Australia, you shouldn't use the Merriam-Webster dictionary. We have our own dictionary here, and it's this. And I said,
Do they define murder differently?
I said, that's cool, but yeah, you can tell me how they define murder, and I'll tell you if it's any different than how the rest of us do, because it's guarantee it's the same. It's fine. How does this friggin' mustache work?
complaining that I'm not using the right dictionary. It's so funny. You can please some people all the time, or you can please. Okay, waiting on the. I hope the stream's working.
Right now it is.
How's my hair look? This is the first breakfast cereals I've done where I haven't shaved. And if I hate it when I look at the footage tonight, I'll shave before tomorrow's Void episodes. This is Clark Olofsson. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that a lot of you have never heard that name before. Okay, we're all set. Clark. Handsome devil. If you're in Europe, you might have seen the Netflix show. They didn't put it on Netflix here. It stars Pennywise the Clown, whatever that guy's name is. I always forget. Bill Skarsgård. Yeah, he plays Clark. He's Swede, I think, isn't he? Yeah, Skarsgård is Swede for sure. Okay, all set? Mm-hmm. Here goes. This is Clark Olofsson. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that a lot of you never heard that name before. I bet he probably doesn't look familiar either, does he? But here's the thing. Even if you don't know his name, you probably do know the name of the condition he inspired. This is the story of how Sweden's most notorious criminal became the inspiration behind the psychiatric condition Stockholm Syndrome.
These spaces.
I think we can all agree that, generally speaking, the government aims to keep notorious armed robbers out of their banks, right? I mean, that's the entire point of security, right? The alarms, the guards, the sign with the picture of a gun with a big X over it. I'm just ahead of the whole time. Let's just go back to the top.
Yeah.
Just to there.
It's formatting.
Well,
take
sometimes
the spaces out of it.
But sometimes then it takes all the spaces out, and then it's like I can't see my paragraph breaks. Yeah. I think we can all agree that, generally speaking, the government aims to keep notorious armed robbers out of their banks, right? I mean, that's the entire point of security, right? The alarms, the guards, the sign with the picture of a gun with a big X over it. Isn't the whole point of that stuff to keep the bad guys out? Well, if that's the case, then why did the Prime Minister of Sweden give the green light to send a bank robber into the middle of a high-stakes hostage crisis unfolding in the middle of one of Stockholm's busiest banks? I mean, surely that's only asking for trouble, right? Absolutely. But before I even get into the whole crazy story of how all that happened, let's make sure we know what we're talking about. Trusty old Merriam-Webster here. So, Stockholm Syndrome, not the Muse song. Let's see. So according to the dictionary, it's a psychological response where victims of kidnapping, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me just try that whole bit again. It's a psychological response where victims of kidnapping, blah, 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 tosses the book. Okay. Back up a little more, even yet. Let's make sure we know what we're talking about. So, Stockholm Syndrome, not the Muse song. Let's see. So, according to the dictionary, Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological response where blah, 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 blah. Okay, you know what? Let's flush all that scientific jargon down the toilet and just call it what it is. If you're charming and good looking enough, people will give you a pass, even if you kidnap them at gunpoint. Kidnapping people when you're ugly, yeah, it's a bad idea. It never goes over well. Just ask
I can see it on the couch still, just so you know.
Yes?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay.
Never goes over well. Just ask this guy. But Clark
Clark here was he's quite the looker. Check out this photo shoot. Fine, sure. I suppose that definition I gave a bit of an oversimplification. Fine. Let's get the proper definition. Where'd that dictionary go? Okay, so Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological response where victims of kidnapping or hostages in a high-stakes situation begin to feel sympathy, even affection in some cases, for the people holding them captive. Kind of reminds me of like a bizarro Florence Nightingale effect. You know, that's the one where the nurse falls in love with the quadriplegic guy in the body cast. But with Stockholm Syndrome, it's not that the captive forgets that they're surrounded by danger. It's more like, in a brainwashy survival kind of way, they start to see their captor as a source of safety. Just remember that it really only works if you're handsome, though. If you look like Alan Rickman, a better looking guy is just going to shoot you and steal your girl. Or stab you. Or stab you and steal your girl. But seriously, looks are just only one thing. But you really got to have a certain personality type to make someone fall in love with you when you're waving a machine gun around and demanding like 1.5 million in unmarked currency. Like picture a sociopath who's charming enough for the media and general population to fall in love with, but menacing enough for the police to do whatever it takes to put them behind bars. That seems to be like the winning combo. Some examples from this side of the pond could include guys like Al Capone, John Dillinger, even Bonnie and Clyde. I've already shot an episode on those two, so be sure to stick around for that, coming soon, or potentially already released. But if you want some more modern examples, something in color maybe. Okay, well, how about guys like Pablo Escobar? Now, I'm not saying he's a good guy, but there was definitely a portion of the population that loved him. But I don't know, I guess he's a pretty extreme example, given that he's responsible for more deaths than guns. But hey, I mean, that's Central South America for you. Outlaw worship is so popular down there in some cases that it's got its own genre of music. Imagine getting like machine gunned down by the CIA on a rooftop or in like a sweaty jungle somewhere, only for some guy in a bolo tie to immortalize you in accordion music. I don't know, it's not really my taste. But I mean, who am I to judge? There are bands over here that write ballads about serial killers. Then again, that tends to sound a little more like this. And it's not exactly reverence. They mainly just compare them to demonic spirits and ghouls and scream about like necrophilia and bondage a lot. People are always on me in the comments to check out Macabre. Sorry, folks, it's not really my thing. I just personally don't know exactly where I would listen to that, you know? Like, it's not exactly singing in the shower type of music, is it? Anyway, the question is, how did this guy become Sweden's first celebrity gangster? Well, bear with me, because to answer that, we're going to go back, way back. Well, not to 1955, no, but I always wanted to use that clip. Well, not 1955, no, 47, but I always wanted to use that clip. Okay, so Clark Olofsson was born on February 1st, 1947 in this place, Trollhättan, Sweden. That's about 75 kilometers north of Gothenburg. I was doing some research on his background, trying to figure out if he was dropped on his head or hit with a swing set as a child or something. Because you don't just become a sociopath out of nowhere, right? I think it comes down to that whole nature versus nurture kind of thing. Let's take a look. Where'd I put that dictionary again? Whatever. Screw it. Google. According to Google, sociopathy is influenced According to Google, sociopathy is the result of a combination of genetic predisposition and environmental factors. Okay, so like being born an idiot and getting hit in the head by a swing set. Makes sense. But hold on, there's more to it than that. While a genetic component can make someone vulnerable, environmental factors like childhood abuse, trauma, or neglect are strong triggers for the development of antisocial personality disorder, ASPD, which is sometimes referred to as sociopathy. Okay, well, in that case, I definitely came across a few red flags. Dad was a booze hound and abandoned the family when Clark was 11, and Mom pretty much lived in the psych ward. But hey, I mean, this was 1950s. If you burned your husband's dinner like 3 times and didn't like when he hit you, then they'd probably lock you up for hysteria. So who knows? Maybe she just didn't smile enough or something. Anyway, Clark was in the foster care system for a while, but that sucked. So he forged his mom's signature, enrolled in sailor school, and started working on ships. This guy sailed around the world. And since I'm using more props lately, look, he was in Japan, Australia, and all the major South. Okay, yeah, I'm going to actually show it. We don't need a shot of that. So
We're getting an insert of that.
yeah, I'm just going to point to the different spots. Japan, Australia, and South America, and all the major European ports. I mean, that's pretty wild stuff. Okay, that's pretty wild stuff considering he's just a teenager. It must be nice to have foster parents that hate you so much that they don't even file a missing persons report when you disappear for like a year and a half. Anyway, he got a taste for seedy port city life and everything that comes with it. You know, crime, smuggling, black market deals and shit. In other words, he pretty much grew up in Tortuga. Just bar fights, brawling, drinking. The first mate's always pointing an oily finger in your face, telling you he doesn't like the cut of your jib. There's some drunk, toothless old fisherman who can't shut the fuck up about how he can smell a storm coming days before the barometer can detect it. Just singing sea shanties all night long. If you've ever had the travel bug, then you know it's very hard to just come home and work a regular job at like Taco Bell or whatever the fuck the Swedish equivalent is after an adventure like that. So when Clark got back to Gothenburg, couldn't sit still. He had this insane sense of adventure and like nothing to channel it into. So he kind of just reenacted sea life on land. Fighting, robbery, burglary, probably cheating people out of gold coins. And because of that delinquent type behavior, he spent the rest of his teenage years in and out of juvenile detention. And not in and out like he would do a stretch and then get released. No. In like he would receive a sentence, and out as in he would break out. Then again, I mean, he's just breaking out of juvie at this point in Sweden. If you know anything about Swedish prisons, basically, other than like a waist-high chain link fence and the occasional guard, their juvenile detention facilities pretty much relied on the honesty policy. If you're rebel enough, you can basically just Zach Morris your way out, just like basically put a pair of slacks and a wig like on a broomstick in your cell, hop over some chicken wire, and don't look back. The guy's history of prison stints and prison breaks is so extensive that it's nearly impossible to document. Get the Cole's notes from his wiki. Command F prison. Okay, here we go. After escaping from juvie half a dozen times, it looks like he got into a brawl with some cops and did his first stint in prison. It says here, he made his first escape from the prison at Tidaholm. Key words there being first escape. That probably means we're going to hear more about that in a minute. Okay, what do we got next? Blah, blah, blah. Something about police shooting at him through the door of a drug den, yada, yada, yada. Looks like he shot a cop. Didn't kill him, but still, he's definitely going to do it. He got 8 years for that. But he busted out 2 years into his sentence by shimmying through a ventilation duct. It kind of reminds me of old Piss Pants Bundy. Remember that video? I mean, minus the whole jerking off thing. But a classic move, nonetheless. Looks like he was on the run for about 4 years after that, before he was recaptured. Not bad. 4 years, that's not nothing. Okay, get this. He escaped again just 2 months before his scheduled release. Yeah, so I read that and was a little confused. Like, why would you risk adding years onto your sentence when you were only 2 months away from release? Well, that's because in Sweden, between the 60s and 70s, it wasn't considered a criminal offense to escape from prison. As long as you didn't like burn the place down or strangle a guard to death on your way out, you wouldn't get any extra time if you got caught. How crazy is that? Like, you're pretty much just incentivized to break out. What do you have to lose? I mean, not your freedom. There must have been like 75 dudes with makeshift grappling hooks just scaling the wall at any given time. It sounds like the inspiration behind Ralph Wolf and Sam Sheepdog from Looney Tunes. Like, every day the prison guards would just clock in and then spend the rest of their shift thwarting escape attempts left, right, and center. So I don't know if he just tumbled down an old escape hatch or fashioned a catapult and launched himself over the guards to freedom, but he managed to escape again. He developed a cycle that pretty much looked like this. Crime, arrest, escape, manhunt, capture. Okay. He developed a cycle that pretty much looked like this. Crime, arrest, escape, manhunt, recapture, press. And he didn't stop committing crimes while he was on the run. And he didn't stop committing crimes when he was on the run. A burglary here, an armed bank robbery there. He'd pretty much just go city to city, blending in with an alias and a fake mustache. Eventually the media caught on, and every time he was recaptured, some journalist would rush over to interview him in prison. And it wasn't like some hardball interview like, so Clark, what's with the blatant disregard for our rules and laws? They'd just be like, dude, on a scale from 1 to 10, how awesome is it to be a fugitive? Clark would just smoke a pack of cigarettes and give them tips for robbing banks and breaking out of prison. And keep in mind, this is all going on. Am I getting ahead? Mm-hmm. The Swedish counterculture saw him as a rebel who defied everything their parents stood for. Eventually, people began to see him as like a folk hero of sorts. And Clark played right into it for his own personal gain. Okay, so Clark's locked up for shooting a cop, robbing banks, and committing like 12 to 300 other crimes. But I mean, who's keeping count? Definitely not Clark, definitely not the prison system. And by this point, he's a fucking legend. Thanks to the media's favorable coverage of him, there's not a criminal in Sweden who hasn't heard him. So when he walks through the prison gates, he's pretty much greeted like royalty by the inmates. He's giving high fives, woo, signing autographs, signing a baby for some reason. Prisoners want him to like test their best shanks. Anyway, while he's in there, he meets this guy, Erik Olofsson. Erik Olofsson, or as the Swedes say, Erik Olofsson. It's a very sing-song language. Everything. No. Or as the Swedes say, Erik Olofsson. It's a very sing-song language. Everything is up and down. If Clark's If Clark's Michael Corleone, then this guy's like Fredo's long lost, even dumber brother. Anyway, Jan here pretty much sees. Sorry. Anyway, Jan. Oh.
I know. Okay. I don't know.
Scroll up just a bit. There. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jan here pretty much sees Clark as the living embodiment of Jesus and sees himself like an apostle. Like, imagine if Jesus had a 13th apostle who was like Ed from the Lion King or something. So Jan's constantly following Clark around, begging him to tell him stories about crimes, and prison escapes and shit, like a child before bedtime. And Clark can't fucking stand the guy. I'm not making this shit up. See for yourself. Man, watching old crooks roast each other years after a bank robbery gone wrong never gets old. So Clark's constantly trying to dodge Jan. But, you know, they're locked in a small room together, so it's a little tough. Jan had that, like, Mona Lisa kind of effect going on. Like, it doesn't matter where you go, his eyes are just always on you. So a few months in, Jan's running around blabbing about his sentences. So a few months in, Jan's running around babbling about how his sentence is almost up. And Clark overhears this and cracks a joke like, "Hey, Jan, I hear you're getting out of here soon. Congrats, buddy, congrats. So when are you going to break me out of here, huh? And Jan's like, so Jan gets released and immediately gets to work on a plan. Jan and Clark's awesome escape plan. Mission, break Clark Olofsson out of prison. Mission, break Clark Olofsson out of prison. Weapons and gear, submachine gun, dynamite, mixtape with Clark's favorite songs. Plan, blow a Clark-sized hole in the prison wall, extract Clark, head for the Swedish border, and live happily ever after together. So, yeah, no. The escape didn't quite go according to plan. Clark blames Jan blames Clark. It's hard to get the details straight with this one. Luckily, Jan had another idea. August 23rd, 1973. So Clark's given up on the idea that Jan is going to blast him out of prison. He's back into his usual routine, digging holes, chiseling away at a hole. Digging holes, chiseling away at the wall of the cell when two guards show up. They're like, "Dude, seriously, again? Get out of the hole in the wall, wipe off the baby oil, and put on some clothes. We got to take a drive to Stockholm." Clark later wrote in his memoirs that he had no idea what was going on. He thought he was being transferred to a higher security facility or something. He had no idea that Jan had planned. He had no idea that Jan had a plan B. And it was even more fucking insane than the first plan. A couple hours earlier, at around 10:15 a.m. on August 23rd, 1973, Jan Erik walked into the credit bank on one of Jan Erik walked into the credit bank. Jan Erik walked into the credit bank on one of the. Jan Erik walked into the credit bank, one of the busiest banks in Stockholm's financial district, and fired a submachine gun into the ceiling and screamed in English, "Let's get this party started!" You can't make this shit up, man. He just lifted those words directly from one of Clark's stories. When they were in prison together, Clark told him he would drop those words to announce a robbery. Apparently, Jan thought it was the coolest thing he'd ever heard and was just gagging for a chance to say it. So next, he takes 4 hostages and makes 4 demands to the police. 3 million Swedish kroner, 2 pistols, a Ford Mustang, and Clark fucking Olofsson. Okay, so he didn't mention money, pistols, or the Ford Mustang in that clip, but those were his actual demands. And again, he took the whole Mustang thing from Clark too. Back in prison, Clark was like, robbing a bank is cool as shit, obviously. But you know what's even cooler, man? Getting away in a Ford Mustang with the trunk full of cash. Now, handing Clark over to Jan was the last thing the cops wanted to do. But Jan was acting like a fucking madman inside the bank. Negotiators on the scene were like, that unhinged guy in there is sweating like a lot. They were scared that if they didn't meet his demands, he might start executing hostages. Mainly because Jan kept screaming that he would start executing people if they didn't bring in Clark Olofsson. Eventually, the decision was escalated all the way up the chain of command, and the Prime Minister agreed to sign off on it. The robbery was fully covered, live on live. So I'm lucky to have some real footage to use in this episode. Otherwise, you'd be getting a lot of Dog Day after me. By the time Clark pulled onto the scene, the entire area was swarming with cops, snipers, reporters, and people just trying to catch a glimpse of what was going on. The crowd cheered as cops held back the crowd and escorted Clark through the police lines toward the bank. And keep in mind, at this point, Clark still has no idea why he's there.
The crowd cheered as the cops held back the crowd is very poorly written. You should change that.
The crowd cheers as the cops escorted Clark. The crowd cheered as cops escorted Clark through the police lines toward the bank. And keep in mind, at this point, Clark still has no idea why he's even there. No one's told him what's going on or who's waiting for him inside. When he walks through the doors of the bank, he's immediately like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's a great clip. He's like, I couldn't believe it. It was this fucking guy, this fucking idiot. It's like the bulldog and the little dog in that thing, man. He's constantly just like, this guy's a fucking idiot, man. Meanwhile, Jan's bouncing off the walls with excitement, bragging to the hostages, like, see, I told you he's my best friend. See, the cops were hoping that Clark would help de-escalate the situation and put pressure on Jan to release the hostages and surrender. But Clark was just like, fuck it. Might as well make the best of it. So Jan just hands him a pistol and the two team up. Even the hostages had enough sense to know that bringing Clark into the picture was a bad idea. Keep going. But that all changed. See, Jan scared the shit out of the hostages with all his screaming, panicking, shooting, and threatening to murder everyone in sight if his demands weren't met. So when Clark arrived, his presence actually did have this calming effect on the hostages. And he knew exactly what he was doing. He figured he'd just have some fun for a few days before convincing Jan to give up. That way, he'd look like the hero. He figured he could use that as clout to leverage and get the rest of his prison sentence commuted. So he sets to work, slowly winning the hostages over while framing the cops outside as the bad guys. So the hostages, Clark, and Jan are kind of like a big happy family in there. Clark's like a calming mother figure, and Jan's got this sweaty, abusive, completely unhinged stepfather kind of vibe going on. The four hostages are like the product of a dysfunctional marriage or something. They do everything together. Eat, play games, dance, laugh, sing, sleep, everything. And over the next 6 days, something kind of extraordinary happens. The hostages begin to sympathize with their captors. Yeah, even Jan, somehow. Kristen, one of the hostages got on the line with the negotiators to boast about how great Clark and Jan were. Travel all over the world with them? That's a little much, don't you think? You want to like third wheel all over the world with two completely unhinged bank robbers? Like, I get it if you want to grab a coffee with them after their life sentences are up, but travel the world? Like what? Like go to Disneyland and eat cotton candy and shit? While Jan waves around a machine gun pistol because the lines are too long? You want to explore the 7 wonders of the world with these two? Go spearfishing in the Azores? Spend the summer teaching English to Spend the summers teaching English to a pygmy tribe in the jungle somewhere? Man, that Stockholm shit's crazy. So the Prime Minister of Sweden eventually hears all that's going down, and it's like, wait, what do you mean the hostages have teamed up with the bank robbers? They're the bad guys. We're the good guys. So he hops on the phone and calls, and Kristen talks to him like he's the bad guy, not the sweaty guy with the itchy trigger finger whose eyes are following her everywhere she goes. On that same call, she told the Prime Minister, quote, "I trust Clark and the robber. I don't trust you." And that quote went global. It was splashed across the front page of newspapers from Sweden to Timbuktu. So finally, by this point, the cops are thinking like, we got to do something fast before we're dealing with 6 robbers instead of 2. So they cut the power, water, and ventilation to put pressure on Jan. Doesn't work. So they turn to psychological warfare, loud noises, sleep deprivation, ABBA. Yeah, that drove him fucking mad, sure. But it just backfired. All the cops were doing was reinforcing the hostages' idea that they were the greater threat. Meanwhile, Stockholm Syndrome is crazy. Something had to give. So, they locked themselves in the bank vault. Bad move. Clark's got his arm around Kristen like, can you believe these fucking pigs? To serve and protect my ass. What are they going to do next? Drill a hole in the ceiling and pump gas in? Yeah, that's exactly what they did. The cops brought in this drill team who were like the inspiration for Armageddon. One guy's like chomping on a cigar while he's like wielding a pickaxe. Another guy's like, wait, sorry. Let's just go to the pick. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what they did. The cops brought in this drill team who were like the inspiration for Armageddon. One guy's like chomping on a cigar while wielding a pickaxe. Another guy's like, wait, this is Sweden, so it probably look more like this. They're up there just feet above Clark, Jan, and the hostages, just drilling away for fucking hours on end. Down below, everyone's having a nervous breakdown. Jan's sweating so much his denim pants are see-through. Clark's holding Kristen while she bawls her eyes out, just stroking her hair on the head and just telling her, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. And eventually, the drillers break through. The cops lowered down a camera and snapped this iconic photo. It's the only photo taken from inside the bank throughout the 6-day standoff. That's Clark there, top right, just peering around the corner. You can't see Jan though. He's probably sweat so much that he's transparent or something. But moments after that picture was taken, tear gas was pumped into the vault. And it worked. Clark and Jan surrendered, and the hostages were brought out one by one. They hugged their captors goodbye. Kristen even kissed Clark on the cheek. The world watched, stunned. Newspapers reported the hostages seemed sad that the whole thing was over. Newspapers reported that the hostages seemed sad that the whole thing was over. Jan was convicted for the robbery and sentenced to 10 years. Clark was cleared of aiding in the robbery. Considering that cops brought him in there in the first place. During the trial, Kristen, Birgitta, and Elizabeth had his back.
Hold on.
The hostages visited both Clark and Jan in prison afterwards, multiple times. Stunned and kind of frustrated by the hostages' behavior, criminologist, however the fuck you pronounce this guy's name, coined the term Stockholm Syndrome. Kristen went on to become one of the most vocal critics of the term, labeling it victim blaming, saying she just did what she had to do to survive. There have been other famous examples since of the condition, like this woman, Patty Hearst. She was kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army in 1974. Couldn't find anything about her falling head over heels for any of them. They must have been super ugly or something. I don't know. I tried to find a photo of them, but they're always wearing ski masks and shit. So it's pretty hard to tell. But get this. Patty denounced her family, joined the SLA, and robbed a bank with them. At her trial, she blamed brainwashing and psychological trauma. I know. I know. Sounds like a convenient excuse, but according to the experts, Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological response to trauma, not a conscious choice. But I gotta tell you, I still don't know. But I gotta tell you, I don't know. Clark Olofsson died on June 24th, 2025. He was 78 years old. Hopefully he's ripping around heaven in a Ford Mustang somewhere. Rest in peace, legend. Okay. People are like, live seems to be going much better. You know.
Buying Clyde's next year.
Yeah. Look. Order some food. Maybe we just pull this live setup and chill on the couch, or chill on the couch upstairs, or what do you want?
Let's go upstairs where it's fucking warmer. Yeah. Turn the heat back on.
I'm gonna order food. We order food with your phone, just to pay under the
You can handle order.
We can just text order food.
I can just.
What's that?
What do you want to eat?
Want to just eat the usual again? I don't know.
Shawarma, yeah, sure.
All right, folks, we're gonna break it down for a little break. Get some food. We're gonna go upstairs in here and sit down, and I'll chat to you guys for a little bit while we're waiting.
Here's a better.
Here's a little better view of where we're shooting. You can see down there. You can see the setup a little better. But yeah, it's a big black box. But I'll sit down for a minute and chat. Turn on a lamp or a light up here if there is one. There we go.
What do you want to wrap?
Yeah, it's a wrap. I'm moving the laptop like I'm thinking that that's where the camera is because I'm a dummy. All right.
Should a trauma wrap?
Yeah.
Regular
Um,
or large?
just a regular is fine. Just the
Garlic and tahini.
Yeah.
Level of spice.
Just medium.
Lettuce.
Lettuce.
Tomato.
Yep.
Onion.
Yep.
Turnip.
Yep.
Pickles.
Yep.
Hot peppers.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, how's it going?
You want a drink or something?
Just a Coke, I guess.
Full calorie diet or zero?
Just regular Coke. Yeah, sorry that we had some problems with the stream there, people. I hope it's. I mean, like I said, we were just going to kind of run it and see what we came out with to give you a little bit of behind the scenes. Do you guys rent that place just for your show, or is it a daily rental? It's to do with Eric's work. So Eric's here every day. I want that house coat. Cool.
Good for you.
I cried so hard when they played that like a teenage girl at a Bieber concert. Oh, are you talking about this? You're at a festival or something, May Wednesday? What song are you crying over? That's a nice size studio. Thank you. Thanks, well, it's Eric. I'm not here every day. Good morning, Mr. Breakfast. Intermission, yeah. So we've got through a couple episodes already. What did we do? We did Heaven's Gate and Olofsson Stockholm Syndrome. So all that's left today is to do Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde's going to be like the longest episode I think ever. So I'm curious to see how I get through it. But yeah. Oh, you were at Goo Goo Dolls Iris. I see. You know what? It's one of the most like. Have you seen Eric? Have you seen like the most famous clip?
Yeah, where he's playing in the rain.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
It's not. I get why it feels like it is.
It becomes iconic because
but it's not amazing. It's just completely regular. Did you watch the Goo Goo Dolls Tiny Desk? They were on Tiny Desk this season.
No, I didn't see it.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, that's my name, Clark. Cool. Yeah. Wednesday says, yes, it is. Oh my gosh. I'm assuming she means yes, it is iconic, Eric.
You can think whatever you want and still be wrong. It's fine.
You can think what you want, but still be wrong, Eric. That set is super cool. Thanks. You guys want to see it? Let me show you a little even better. Hold on. It's weird because we're using the iPhone hooked up to the laptop as the camera, because we thought it would be better, but it's been difficult to get going. So yeah, that's it. I mean, we've only been shooting in here. This is only the second batch of episodes we've ever shot in this space. Before we were shooting in a different space that Eric had, which is actually only around the corner, so it's very close. But yeah, this is it. It's fun. I mean, I like doing it. There's enough of you guys in here. I'm surprised. I thought no one would be really hanging out, but there's like over 20 people in right now. How's everybody's weekend? Back to my chair here. I'm tired already. I didn't sleep well. Can you frame me up for a sec, Eric? Because I can't frame myself up because every time I do, I sit down and then it doesn't look. Here. There we go. Thank you. That's better. So, what's the harness for? The scissor lift? Yeah, there's a scissor. I didn't even see the harness anywhere. Huh?
Harness?
Yeah.
What harness?
Oh, where's the harness for the scissor lift? We joked about that before.
We did?
I was like, where's the... I have a working at heights.
Oh, working at heights.
This is Canada, baby.
Yeah.
I just woke up. A lot of us have stayed. Were you guys able to even hear the like the take that I just did for the Clark Wolfson thing, or it's like not really possible to hear what I'm doing? I always think it's weird to watch behind the scenes stuff. I like watching behind the scenes stuff personally because I guess I'm into filmmaking and things, but like I always thought it's weird when you watch like a behind the scenes of a film and they're like filming a scene that you're familiar with, and there's somebody just filming that performance happening from behind the other camera crew and stuff, and just how fake the performance seems when you see it in behind the scenes mode without the lighting and without the particular angles and the editing, and just how much changes once you get the final film. It's crazy, right? But just to see it happening in a wide space, it changes everything. What's for lunch? We ordered some shawarma. Do y'all have OSHA? That sounds familiar.
OSHA?
Yeah.
We have our own version of OSHA.
We have our own version of it. So I actually have working at height certification. I had to get it for this last place I worked for some film stuff because we were using scissor lifts and things like that. So I had to get that certification. We're not using the scissor lift today though. I love how we're in the breakfast cereal stream and we're talking about like OSHA. That looks good, Eric.
Yeah, dude. It looks really good.
Oh, you've already showed me some from this.
Yeah, but finally got it mixed. I'm just going through like the film version of it. Cool. Nice.
I gotcha. 56 likes, 23 in here.
Can I come sit down there?
Fine. It's weird. It's bizarre when you're using something else when you're used to the webcam because I keep moving the laptop as if that's going to change the frame.
Right.
Because I'm dumb.
Oh yeah, it's right over there.
But it's over there.
I can't see the text. Is too small.
It was the harness question that made me think of it. What harness question? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. It's Eric. Yeah, Eric with a K, folks. Eric Eric gets really mad about Eric with a C comments.
No, I don't get mad about it.
I
I correct it when someone knows how my name is spelled.
When they email you one off, you correct it?
I find it annoying when someone has to type my email, which has my name spelled correctly in it, and then they spell my name incorrectly in the email. It's just like, you typed it one time already.
What's more common? CK or just C?
CK almost never.
Really?
Yeah. C for sure.
I know some CKs. I totally understand. Nobody can say my real name at all. Your real name's not Wednesday? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I know what your real name is. I won't say it. I can see that. I have my scissor lift and working from Heights too. That's why I asked.
Wow. What a chat.
Should I do a?
Do live from the scissor lift.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Let's just start doing episodes.
Next equipment, excavator equipment.
What's that? Next topic, excavator equipment. Yeah. We got this new backhoe. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if you guys can tell, but during the episode shoots, it's very tiring. And like, it's weird. I gotta sit in a certain way that's very uncomfortable. And that couch is not comfortable. And it's like, I end up going home from here and like, I'm like very sore the next day in weird spots, like my neck hurts and things. It's weird. No one spells my name right either. Yeah, I can see that. Do you get a lot of, do you mean your short version of your name, like Maddie? Or do you mean like Madison?
Is it Madison or Madeline?
Or Madeline. What is your name? Yeah, I prefer McDo coffee over Tim's. I don't, but Eric does. So when this morning he picked me up, and then I didn't say anything when we went to McDonald's because we were getting breakfast.
Kept my mouth shut. Yeah, Madeline. No, there you go.
Oh, okay. See, I know a lot of Maddies that are Madisons, but yeah, of course, makes sense. Do you know about the Bucks County quadruple murder by a dude named Cosmo? No, I don't actually.
Sounds cool. Do
you know about it?
No.
Did he do it with a scissor lift?
Was it a mass murder or a serial killer?
With an A. And they will call them Beatles with an A. 27 people in the chat. It's not bad for this. How long has it been going? 2 hours?
Yeah.
You know what? Like, that's a decent amount of progress for just 2 hours that we did there then. Like, maybe 2.5, if that. Like, to get done. So I used to always do, I would do an entire take like you guys just saw, and then I would just do it again right away. The whole thing. Just because like I felt like I would do take 2 would be better and blah, blah, blah. But lately I felt like I've been kind of better at it and I've only needed 1 take. And I'm more careful in the 1 take that if I think I messed up a paragraph, I just do the paragraph again within the same take, you know? And it's been fine. Have you done a video on Leonard Lake and Charles Ng? I talked about Charles Ng very briefly just talked about him briefly. Very briefly. I forget, the military episode maybe? Because he had military.
Who was he?
Background. I don't even remember. He was pretty notorious. Most assume that is in KR Zip. Or Zip. He told me to call him Zip. Yeah, how many of you were familiar with that name, Clark Olofsson, before? Anybody? I'm curious. I certainly wasn't. But I was familiar with the term Stockholm Syndrome. And I looked already. I can't license the song Stockholm Syndrome from that page by Muse. You know that song?
No. I'm sure I can imagine it.
So, Muse is a crappy band that is, well, they're okay. They're very popular, like 15 years ago?
I never really liked them.
They're like a weird version of Radiohead, like a more just normal version of Radiohead. The singers sound similar, I think that's why, in my opinion, but Radiohead's a little bit. Do you like Radiohead? You don't like Radiohead, do you?
No.
No. Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't find them like, like, they come on the radio, I'm not like, oh God, turn it off.
Do you like do you only like punk music?
No, of course not.
Do you like Smashing Pumpkins?
Yeah.
You do, okay.
Yeah. Love the Smashing Pumpkins.
What's that?
Love the Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah. I got the deluxe version of Melancholy and Infinite Sadness box set vinyl
Mm-hmm.
at Christmas, and it's like, it's massive.
It's like this big, thick, and it's like hard, and it's got like 8 discs in it or 8 LPs in it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Big books and stuff. I don't know what you do with those things other than have them, but between research and shooting, how long does an episode take to make? Good question. So,
Post has for sure the longest, right?
yeah, editing is the longest part, actually. Editing might even be longer than writing. Like, it's really like I've said before, we shoot in batches, and that's what you're seeing a little bit of today. We're shooting technically 4 episodes of the couch stuff today, right? And then what happens is I'll be editing. I still have like 2 episodes left from the last time we shot that I haven't edited yet that I'm working on. And then I'll be editing this next batch while we're writing the next batch, right? And then we only have to shoot for like 2 days every 3 months or every few months. And we get like all this content that lasts us for several months. So the edits are the really big part. Like that chopper edit was in the Bronson episode. Those were really big. I'm terrified of this Bonnie and Clyde edit. I think the videos have to evolve a little bit, to be honest, because just a rat in a cage, yes. Full of butterfly wings.
Breakfast cereal theme song. What's the breakfast cereal theme song?
Who's saying that? Where?
The bottom.
Where can I find the full versions of the breakfast cereal theme song? You're talking about the song that is called Wasted Education. I got it. I licensed it through a site called Epidemic Sound.
Is it a stock? Is it just a stock
It's a
song or
stock
is it a
track.
real song?
It's a stock track. Wasted Education.
You can listen to, and on the drive, I listen to some of my favorite royalty-free music,
Yeah.
like a Nathan for You.
Yeah. But yeah, I haven't used that song as much. I used to use it in every single episode, remember? Ding, ding. It's a good track, but I might bring it back. Amazing, subtle, detailed sound arrangement. Sounds arrangement. If you're talking about the edits, thank you. The biggest thing that makes the edits take so long is that none of the, like most of the stuff that I do visually isn't even on the page at all in the writing process. So there's an expression that says you write one, right? You write one thing, you shoot a separate thing, and then you edit a third. And that's very true. It's like, I'm basically having to like start from scratch when I edit, because like I put together what you see us shoot here. I just edit through myself talking, but then I got to figure out what I'm going to use for all the B-roll and what kind of fun edit stuff I want to do and all that. And that takes time. Sometimes I'll spend like just 3 hours trying to find the right music track for this section. And then I don't like the one that I have after all that time. So it can be really like, or I'll be like, you know what would be cool if I tried to do this type of thing here. And then I'll spend like 2 hours trying this particular look, only to go like, nah, I don't like that. Who does the audio produce? Yeah, I do everything other than shoot. So my brother writes. He's back writing now. He was gone for a while, but he's back. Erik shoots. You know, Erik sets up the lighting and the camera and all that, and Erik shoots and runs the prompter. But then I do all the edit. I do all the sound edit. I do all the sound design. I do all the YouTube posting. I do all of the commenting. I do all of the packaging. I do all the thumbnail work. I do all that stuff. How long have you known Erik? Erik and I have known each other for 12 years somehow. We met in the summertime of 2014 to make a short film together. So it's you, your bro, and Erik. Yeah. My brother used to live here, and he'd come on the shoots and things like that.
That's that Coke. Or?
They don't accept me my drink.
Mother effers. I was looking forward to that Coke.
I can probably get you one. There might be one next door.
And thanks, man. So I forget what we were talking about. Oh yeah, my brother used to live here, but he's moved overseas like maybe a year and a half, no, like 2 years ago at this point. He was here for the first few shoots, and we would work on stuff together. But now he just handles writing from abroad. I haven't even seen him in a couple of years, but we have like meetings like almost daily. I don't know if my phone died or what. I'm telling you. Nightmare. Probably it's better anyways. Mother effer. They put hot peppers on this thing too. What the heck? No Coke? I don't want something spicy when I'm shooting. Those jerks. Everyone got mad in the comments when I would eat cereal. And now I'm going to eat a big shawarma. Yeah, shawarma's good. We always get it when we shoot. If you're not Canadian, there's another place. There's a famous Canadian place that we order from sometimes. It's called Swiss Chalet. When Demetrius Levi, the fashion YouTuber, came down from the States to shoot with me, we took him there for dinner. It's like, some people call it Christian chicken. It's just where all the old people go after church to get chicken. Do you edit during the day or are you a night person? I'm both. Sometimes it's like, I think it was like the Bronson episode. I didn't get uploaded until 5 a.m. the night before when it was coming out at 8. How many robes do you own? I don't think I've ever seen a repeat. There's definitely been repeat robes. I think I've got like 14, 15 of them. I started with just like 6. And then I would just go to like thrift shops, Value Village and stuff. They'd have like, I think I got this one there. Nah, this one might have been, my original robes were like really expensive, nice robes that I bought from like ASOS, whatever you pronounce it. This is one of those actually. But then I got a bunch of ones for like $5. That's bougie. The leopard robe that people have commented on that they like, that was, or the green robe from the very first episode is like the Dahmer episode. I'm not like trying to say that I've spent stupid money on things, but because I don't, not like I have a lot of money. But that robe was like $300, that green one. But that was just like my own robe. It had nothing to do with the channel, before the channel. Would you make videos on Indian serial killers? Yeah, I'd make videos on anyone if it's interesting enough. If it makes sense for me to do.
They only have ginger ale.
You
want a ginger ale? I brought you one.
Sure. They effed up my order too.
Really?
There's like hot. It's hot. But that's good. No big deal. Ginger ale, thank you. Where's that kid who calls me Unc all the time because I'm sitting here drinking a ginger ale? That would work good. The phone dropped out. We're now on the webcam.
Oh, what do you mean it dropped out?
I don't know, but like everything dropped out when I came back. It was made me use this for now.
You couldn't fuck the webcam?
I didn't even look. Sure. Now I'm like super conscious of the eating thing. It's so funny, man. Like the channel was live for like almost 3 years. And there was like 50 videos of the serial format. And I'm not lying. Like there was maybe 3 comments in 3 years from people saying like, I don't like eating on camera. And nobody else ever said anything. There wasn't enough eyeballs on it, I guess. And then when the channel started to take off, all of a sudden I was getting like literally probably a few hundred comments that it was gross, that I was eating, and that they couldn't stand it and they were going to like blow their brains out or something. So I decided to stop. Wednesday says, I like it. There's the occasional person that says that too, but far and away. It's funny too, because like, I think Bronson was the first one that I did where I didn't actually have the cereal and eat it. And I thought I would like really notice and like be like, oh, it's weird that I don't, but I didn't, it never even crossed my mind actually. Did you even really notice
That you weren't eating?
that I wasn't eating or anything? Yeah.
No.
You don't pay attention, right? So it's like, why bother doing it?
Yeah, I
If
mean,
it's going to bug that many people.
in the beginning, it was kind of more like part of a shtick, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like it changed over time.
Yeah.
It changed with the writing over time too, because like in the beginning it was supposed to be more, not slapstick, but more like,
Yeah.
a lot more, I don't know.
Yeah. Like that Clark one. Sometimes it's funny. It's like I read them, if I write them, or if my brother writes them, I'm reading them before we shoot. And then when we shoot, it's so different. Like, that what I felt was like, I was just like, in my head, as I'm doing the performance, I'm like, what am I going to do for B-roll? Like, I'm just telling the story here. You know, like long stretches of me just telling a story.
Mm.
And kind of, I've been thinking like that. I think that it works better sometimes when I'm more like not just telling the story. It's like not story time. The channel shouldn't be story time. The channel should be like, I'm going to curate for you what I found on this case from around the internet. So it's more like, even with the Clark one, it could be more like, look at all these awesome photos and footage that exists of this because it was broadcast live. Like, isn't this cool? Like, look at
Like this is the episode.
like that's the episode.
Yeah.
Like me showing you the stuff.
Yeah.
And talking about that stuff.
Yeah.
Not just going like, on March 8th, they broke into the bank, you know, like.
Yeah, of course. Because like then it's just one of those like fucking AI videos, you know?
Yeah. It needs to be, yeah. There's a few people, hey, Victoria. There was a few people complaining about, I mean, of course, there's always going to be people complaining in the comments. You just got to do your thing. But people complaining that, like, I was giving my opinion on something in the video. Dude, shut up. No one cares what you think about it. Just tell us what's happening. It's like, well, I mean, it is my channel, and that's kind of the point of the thing.
Yeah.
If you don't like my opinions on things, that's okay. I don't mind. But maybe it's not the right channel for you. I'm not just going to start making videos that are like, yeah, that don't include like any original thought. Have you tried halal, guys? No, I don't think so.
Do we have that here?
I don't know if we have it around here. Some people have a problem with everything. Yeah, true. Got like 35 in here right now. Watching with you.
Yeah, that's good. $6.
So, are you guys excited about the opportunity for like this Discord server? Right, we're getting everything set up. We're gonna launch it around 100K subs. But like I was saying, I don't know if you could hear it in the live stream, but I'd love to do some like, now I forget what it's called when you get together and watch a movie.
Like a watch session or
A watch party.
Watch party.
Mm-hmm. A watch party, not just for breakfast cereal content, but like today we're gonna watch the new Ed Kemper movie, B movie together that just came out, and all like discuss it as you go. But I'm so Discord noob. It's all just that's all you don't have like everyone's not on voice, is it?
It can be if you want them to
So
be.
you could have like 100 people able to speak at the same time.
Yeah, but you can give people permission so that like only you can speak and they can listen, and then you can let them speak here and there. Like you can control that all. But we'll see what's happening.
Yeah, Victoria is helping me set it up, actually. So is Maddie. I think Wednesday's going to be involved potentially in some capacity.
Discord is under fire right now, though. So
Why?
because they announced this new policy around having to either verify your account with government ID or a photo, and people are really sketched out about it, particularly the government ID part,
It does seem weird.
because people use it for organizing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I know a lot of communities are already leaving that platform for different platforms.
What other platforms out there?
There's a couple competitors, but nothing that I've really used. We'll see. I feel like it's also possible they walk it back because they've got to push back because they don't want to lose the money revenue.
Well, they're not being forced to do it by some governing. It seems like something weird to implement just for the hell of it. If someone's not telling you to do that.
I'm not sure. I'm sure there's like legislative pressures, but who knows? It's definitely the best platform for that kind of stuff, though.
Yeah. So after lunch, we're going to shoot Bonnie and Clyde. Here's the thing that I found really interesting about Bonnie and Clyde before we even shoot. Tell me in the comments right now, like when you first hear Bonnie and Clyde, what do you think of? What do you associate them with crime-wise? What's like the main thing? I bet you it's the same thing that I think. Type your answers. I'll put on the Jeopardy thing. Give you like 15 seconds. It's not a trick question. Murder? Really? Interesting. Not me.
Bank robbing.
Bank robbing. Yeah, there we go. Right. Yeah, bank robbing. That's me too, right? Like I thought like Bonnie and Clyde, they're bank robbers. They would run around together robbing banks. They only robbed like a couple of banks. They were mostly just knocking over all kinds of things and causing problems. But bank robbing wasn't the main thing. I thought it was, but like, don't talk about it much because they didn't do it that much actually.
What were the more common things?
Just knocking over anything and everything. Gas stations, well, like everything.
Murder.
They not really. I mean,
They didn't kill very many people.
They did. They did. They killed a few police, and when things
real people.
But when things got out of control, they were killing people just out of nowhere that weren't even involved in like.
Right.
Yeah. They ambushed and stuff. But what else is crazy is the way that things went down with them. Like, you know how they were finished?
Yeah.
Comes up in the episode. I just don't think, I can't imagine. It's like, how is that allowed? I don't think it would be today. But like, they basically ambushed them. They got involved with the one guy's dad and said, we want you to pull over and pretend you have a flat tire.
Mm-hmm.
And when they come back from this place where they're at for lunch right now, wave them down. And when they stop, you need to jump into the ditch and we're going to just blow them away.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. They didn't pull out their guns and go like, you guys have to the count of 5 to get out of the car and put your hands up. You got whatever. They just literally opened fire immediately and like shot them. She had 27 head wounds, I think it is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand. Like, they weren't even like you would like they deserve to be arrested and blah blah blah. Sure, but like you think they would have to just like initially ambush them. All the cops are pointing their guns and say, "Okay, you guys have 5 seconds or whatever." And as soon as one of them tried to pull out their Tommy gun from under the seat, then okay, then all bets are off. But that's not what happened at all. It's crazy. I guess they've been up to so much, but like still, it's not like.
What year was that?
Oh, I forget now, but like way back. It's almost been 100 years.
Yeah. It was the 20s, wasn't it? Or the 30s?
Yeah, 20s or 30s.
Yeah.
It's in the script. But there's a lot of good stuff in this episode. Do you know what the name of the town that Bonnie grew up in was called?
city. It's called Cement City. Wild. I make a lot of jokes in this one about stopping off at the movie theater to catch the latest blockbuster starring a man using a hose. or you can catch the other one starring people exiting a factory. As people go to the movie theater, and it would just be like a still shot, a static shot on a tripod of people getting off work. Like 20 minutes. Bonnie and Clyde reminds me of Sonny getting blasted on the causeway in The Godfather. Yeah, I used that very clip in the Chopper episode. Why would you take advice from a guy who had... Oh, no, he knew what violence was. The guy had more holes in his own body than Sonny Corleone.
Bonnie and Clyde are become a mainstream retrospective because of the release of GTA 6. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Are they in GTA 6?
I hope not, because I missed that. But I got a whole section in here as to why do you think Bonnie and Clyde have remained so popular, or have become like mythologized in a sense, almost like there's monuments around places for them, right? Why do you think that is? We don't have a Jeffrey Dahmer monument at where he was like at the store that he bought the suitcase to put that guy's body. Like,
is it like the love story?
That's what I said.
Yeah, I think probably the love story.
I said it was the love angle. That's what I say in the episode. It's because they were in love. People like attached to that somehow. And from what I understand, Clyde made it very clear he wasn't going back to prison. May have been assaulted by guards while inside before. Yeah, I talked about that for a bit. It's pretty good. His mom went into jail, talked to the warden, and his sentence was taken down from 21 years to like 18 months. It's like she's a good talker. Maybe the cops tried the nice way, like you said, and got shot, so they abandoned the nice way. Yeah, but you can't just abandon the nice way. You can't go, well, last time we tried, we got shot at. I don't think you can do that. They didn't shoot at you this time. You know, like, can you? No, right? I don't know. Maybe you can. I don't know. I'm not a cop. Natural born killer vibes. They are in this episode, Natural Born Killers, because they talk about other killer couples, let's say, or outlaw couples. And I can't remember their names. It's in the script, but they there's a couple who were the inspiration for the Natural Born Killer, Woody Harrelson and Juliette Lewis, and Natural Born Killers. Oh, I got a Dahmer monument. Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. So I hope people like it. There's potential for it. I think it will be the longest episode ever made. I actually think that I thought that the Chopper and Bronson videos were actually going to be longer than they ended up, because when we shot them, I think the amount of footage was like almost an hour, right? It was like 55 minutes or something. But each episode ended up only being about 30 minutes. I cut stuff out every time. Like every time I make an episode, like what you saw me do there, it's like when I sit down in the edit, it feels like, oh, this is a little redundant, or this is a little too long. I'm going on too long about this, and I trim stuff out. Every episode I've ever had, I've never put a full episode in. Chopper was fairly close, actually, but actually, no, that's not. I cut out like an entire 3-minute stretch, but yeah. I sometimes think I overthink it when I'm editing, and I think that I'm going to be too boring, that people are going to get bored and leave. So I cut stuff out too much sometimes. And then I'll see people in the comments be like, oh, you should have talked about this. And I'm like, ah, shit, I cut that whole part. Like I had.
Yo, my man, what's the haps? Yeah, you're welcome. You're joining us on a full day live stream. We're just live streaming the entire shoot. We're just taking a little break. That's why we're able to talk to the camera for a few minutes. But we've been just pointing the camera at our filming setup and just letting you guys watch behind the scenes as we shoot episodes today. We got another one to do in probably 10 minutes. We'll go back downstairs. From what I learned about Bonnie and Clyde, they weren't heartless killers. In fact, Clyde preferred to drive away rather than shoot people. Yeah. It's pretty funny. Like Clyde took time out of the middle of their crime spree to write a letter to Henry Ford. I have a letter in the episode praising the Ford the V8. And it's like, you might not like the way I use it, but I gotta say there's no finer car. There's no finer car in the market. The Henry Ford letter is so funny. Yeah, I can't wait to try that voice. See? Well, not see, but you know. Let's see. So we're not live streaming tomorrow, but tomorrow we're going to shoot all that stuff, new content that you've never seen on the channel. I have those True Detective magazines. We're going to do a camera top down, facing straight down at the coffee table where the magazine will be opened. And it's going to be totally freeform, non-scripted, just flipping through the magazine and talking about what's on the pages. Because there are these crazy magazines. The ones I have here are from the 70s, I think. And we'll see. They could be long form episodes, right? And then we're going to do episodes of me talking at the doing reacts to a few different serial killer interviews. Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds cool, and I hope it's cool. The point of that content will be that you can just kind of like, you can do what you want with that True Detective stuff. Like you could turn it on and then just do your laundry or something. You know what I mean? Like, and just check in and out. Like it's not going to be story time at all. So if you tried to do that with one of these episodes and you come in 10 minutes in, you're going to be lost and not know what's going on. But with that content, that won't be the case. Are my live streams scripted? No. You think this is scripted right now?
That would be a challenge.
That would be a real challenge. I usually go in. I don't even have a plan when I go into them anymore. Like I just turn on the camera and go, hey, how's everything? It was harder before there were people in the live streams, because I would do a live stream like a year and a half ago and there'd be like 3 of us there, 5 of us, and nobody in the comments. So I'd just be talking with nothing. Now there's enough comments, like people saying stuff like, are your live streams scripted? And I can respond to that. It gives me things to talk about. We can kind of have a combo. They actually used to kidnap people, but they were treated so nicely, gave them dinner and money. Their hostages became their friends. That sounds like something we just shot 5 minutes ago. You just spent 5 minutes ranting about spicy food and Coke. I don't think it's scripted. It's an elaborate plan. I was like, what if when we order lunch, they don't send my Coke? And then Eric has to leave the live stream for 3 minutes and go and see if he can find Coke downstairs. And then he comes back and he's like, I got a ginger ale. Is that okay? So we got together last night and wrote that all.
Yeah, mastermind.
We wrote that bit. I was like, guess what? I'll say that they put hot peppers in my. People will love that. I'm just very naturalistic acting. Yeah. All right. I think we're going to take this setup back downstairs, which means we're going to stop talking to the camera. You guys can welcome to hang out and chat with each other. Hey, $2. Thank you so much. You guys are welcome to hang out and chat. Make sure you like the chat. Make sure you press all the buttons that you can press on it. hang out in the chat. We'll set back up. We're gonna get going on Bonnie and Clyde in a few minutes. And yeah, okay. It's still on the webcam, right?
Pardon?
Didn't switch to my phone, did it?
No, it's still on the webcam.
For those who are new to the stream, there's the shooting setup to do the couch content anyways. We're not doing any void stuff today. We'll be doing void stuff tomorrow. I'll come back up and clean that up. Okay. The problem is like we got to turn off the heat and stuff, or like the HVAC system to shoot, and it gets freaking cold, man. I gotta try to get my phone hooked back up to this guy here. That's the webcam. Hold on. So when you were doing that before, Eric, if you just refresh, it'll give you the choice?
Yeah, no, yeah. So here, just refresh the page. Oops. Oh. I don't know what else you can see. This is our recorder. See that? Someone was asking about the camera earlier. I don't know if they're still here. This is a Sony Verano cinema camera, which is definitely overkill for what we're doing here, but we don't have this camera for the function of the camera is not for the breakfast cereal. It exists for other means. How the fuck does this work? Oh, I see. Seems like it holds it more secure this way. Oh, yeah, no, fucking idiot. I do understand. I would want another coffee before we start, but
Yeah, I would love one, but where do we get them?
I have to go get one from Tim's. Ah, fuck, it's not that far. You want me to go?
What's that?
I'll just go get one.
Okay. Can you get me 2 almond milk, 1 sugar? Large.
2 almond milk, 1 sugar. Yeah.
All right. Eric's going to get the coffee before we get started again. So I'm going to hang out and chat. Let's see. Yeah. I'll hang out here. Yeah, there. You can see how gray my hair is getting. Figured you'd be an almond milk guy. I can't drink milk anymore. I haven't been able to have cream in a long time, it seems, and like I can't do Yeah, I can't do milk really if I have the choice. I couldn't stand almond milk for ages. I had to train myself. I don't know, man. I'm about to see how the sausage is made. Yeah, it's fun. As soon as he's back, we'll be ready to go. We'll do Bonnie and Clyde. Let's see. This is cool to see everything that goes on. Let me. So if you're just joining, yeah, there's a bit of it again. I'll keep chatting. I prefer oat milk. See, when oat milk first kind of like came out, whatever it was, like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something, probably. It seems anyways. I was like, wow, this is great. And then I got sick of it pretty quick for some reason and it started to gross me out. This low key feels so surreal. Yeah, it's fun though, eh? I've always liked kind of seeing behind the scenes and stuff. I wish there was a way to, hold on a second. I'm going to, yeah, no, I'm going to stay here. The fact that VHS background isn't real has slightly broken a bit of my brain. Well, here's the thing. It is real. So the VHS background, when I originally shot, it was in a real house. Like this couch was in a real house in a real basement, okay? And we shot there like 3 times. It was about an hour and 20 minutes away from where I lived. It was just this person that I did some work with whose mother's home. I put a call out on my Facebook, said, does anybody have a place that looks kind of like this? I'm looking for this retro basement kind of thing. And this person I knew kind of said, yeah, my mom's house. You can use it if you want. No one even lives there. The mother was old and had to go into assisted living. And her kids, who were like 60, were looking after the house. But no one lived in it. So she's like, you can go and shoot. So we would go up there. We'd stay for the weekend. We'd sleep in the rooms in the house on sleeping bags and stuff. And then we'd go into this room and shoot on the couch and all of this. And then we did that like 3 times over the course of maybe almost a year. And then, unfortunately, the woman whose house it was, she passed away. And after a couple of months, the kids decided they were going to sell the house. So they actually reached out to me. The woman reached out to me and said, listen, we're going to sell the house, so you won't be able to shoot there anymore. And I asked her, I was like, oh man, I was thinking I'd have to find a new place. And I waited the appropriate amount of time at least. And then I said to her, I was like, hey, would I by any chance be able to buy the couch? I'd be interested to buy the sofa that's in the living room if no one wants it or something. And they said, yeah, you can buy the couch. So I bought the couch from them. And then we went back and we were able to shoot one more time. And before they got rid of the house, and we shot. And while we shot, when we were done, we left the camera set up and just moved the couch out of the way and shot plate shots. And what plate shots are, just shots of the environment. So it's like the exact same angle as if the couch was there, except there's no couch and no me, right? And then I use that as what they call a plate. So now I shoot the couch on a green screen. I remove the green and I put that shot of the basement behind me. That's what we do. And it's actually allowed me to do a lot of cool stuff that I wasn't able to do before having the green screen. Like I can play around with behind me a lot better, right? Like I never was able to do that when we were in an actual space. It allowed, like in those episodes when I shrink myself down a bit and I put like the prison behind me and stuff, I couldn't have done that really if I was still in the real thing. Let me see. Any other comments going through? Coach is almost, if not already, the mascot for your show. It's in the genetics of the breakfast cereal brand. I agree. So, yeah. What was I going to say? I was going to answer something there. Yeah, about the couch being the brand. So it's funny when the channel started to take off, it was taking off thanks to the other content, the void stuff that I've been doing as well, right? And if I would try to do another episode on the couch and it wouldn't perform, and then I would do another void episode and it would overperform. And eventually, after a while, I thought, you know what, the channel might be evolving into just this other look. And I was considering getting rid of the couch, and thankfully I didn't. But I had thought, if I do get rid of the couch, I'm going to do it in like a way that makes sense for the channel. And we do a whole episode where we were disposing a body and like how to get rid of the couch. Like I would probably put it through a wood chipper and then dissolve it in some acid and then put it in some barrels and like take it out on a boat and dump it off into the ocean or something. That'd be funny, I thought. Missed the live the other day, but the shoots you announced you're doing today sounded interesting ASF. Can't wait to watch. Oh, Zacho says the void stuff is better than the couch stuff. But I watch and enjoy both. Yeah, I mean, that's why the channel is always going to evolve, and there's always going to be, I think there's room for both. You've got die-hard couch fan people. You've got people who like the where did all the serial killers go stuff better. You never know, right? So yeah, I plan to continue both. As the channel grows and as we continue, I think what the plan will be is like the couch has always felt like a Saturday morning thing to me. I should be releasing those episodes Saturday morning, 8 a.m. But the void stuff, I'd rather release like Friday at 4 p.m. so that it's there for Friday nights. I feel like it's the void stuff's more nighttime. So I'd love to do like every other Friday, there's like a void, and then the next week it's Saturday, it's a couch. So I want to do weekly, bounce back and forth, and then add the other stuff into that mix too. Yeah, that's awesome. The first thing you saw was the female serial killers episode with the couch. Yeah, I think I'll figure out a way to do that disposal episode, but do it with like another something else other than the couch. I gotta change robes. Hold on. Okay, this one. This is the, I wore this robe in Alexander Pachushkin, I think it was. But yeah, it's a good one. This is like a classic, eh? It's just like, this is really bathrobe-y though. Very, very bathrobe. The other ones are a little more like dressing robe or something, but I like this one. It's got good luck. Goes good with my skin tone. Let's see. Yeah, I would agree about the void stuff being more interactive in a sense, and that's something I'm really pushing for with the couch stuff. Just trying to, I really want to make the couch stuff feel less story time and more just like we're hanging out talking about whatever we're talking about, right? But like, I'm trying to find that balance. So yeah, I agree though. I agree. The other one, the thing about the void content, I think it immediately gives people something to go, oh, I got an opinion about that. And then they get into the comments, so the engagement's higher. When I do an episode on like Chopper, you'll see that about this, like I made a mistake, or did I, by saying that Australians liked Marmite instead of Vegemite. And they flipped out in the comments. That was like the most commented thing, not about Chopper, but it was about like this, because it was about the audience being upset over this thing, right? They had an opinion about it. So it's like, how do I get that into the couch episodes more
So that's something. It needs, like, we need more casual language, I think, and stuff like that too. I'm trying to work more and more to make them, I mean, they have to be scripted, but like we can find ways to like not make them sound like they're a script and make them feel like they're just hanging out, you know? Like that's what I want to do. It shouldn't feel like I'm like talking at you. It should feel like I'm talking with you. How many hours go into editing a 20-minute video? It really depends on the 20-minute video. It actually takes me significantly less time to edit a void video than it does to edit a couch video. The void videos, it's like pretty apparent what I should use on screen. It's like, I'm talking, I'm saying like, oh, and Jeffrey Dahmer, it's like I put a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the void, right? Whereas the couch, it's like, it's not the same. It's just, it's more involved. They're probably a more creative episode for sure from an edit perspective, but also a lot more difficult. I think I spent like a full almost 2 weeks on Bronson and Chopper. Remember to drop a like, yes. I think the humor is very, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia type of dark humor, and that is what got me. That's funny. I worked on a thing with me and Cameraman Erik with Rob McElhenney from Always Sunny. He directed it actually, and Erik. Yeah, we did this thing. But yeah, Always Sunny's great. It's a great compliment. Thank you. No complaints from me around editing and the time it takes. As I've said before, the videos are so high quality, so take your time. Well, thank you. Yeah. I do have ideas for some other content that's going to still be good, but it's going to be a lighter lift as far as the edit is concerned. And what that'll allow is for me to get up to weekly releases, because I'd really like to release videos every week. But it's just impossible at this time for the couch or for the void for it to be weekly. It wouldn't be impossible if I can get to the point where it's a full-time gig, but it's not quite full-time right now, and I can't, it's not possible. But with this new stuff that I'm doing, the true crime magazines and the reaction video to the famous interviews, the edits for those are just going to be me switching between either the camera that's pointed at my face or the camera that's pointed at the magazine. So I can do that very fast. And then I can edit like 5 of those episodes in 1 or 2 days. And then I have 5 weeks of content to go on the week in between, either a couch or a void, you know? So I can go couch episode, magazine episode, void episode, react episode, couch episode, magazine episode, void episode, and like you never miss a week, you know? But only having to edit one video, basically one major flagship video, I have to edit every 2 weeks in that case. The fact that you haven't gone 1 million subs yet is crazy, as Manson hanging out with the Beach Boys. I wish they all could beat California. Weekly releases would be great for your channel growth, I would imagine. It was. So like a while back, we had weekly release just for a stretch, because I released a special episode for Halloween on that, which is called Are You a Psychopath? And I didn't want to wait for just the Saturday or whatever it was, the next Saturday. So I released on Halloween. So I ended up going a video once a week for 3 or 4 weeks straight. And during that time is when the channel had the biggest peak for engagement. So I'm wondering if that had a part to play, and I'm excited to try that again, because like at that peak, we were getting 2,000 subs a day for a little while. And then even when the peak wasn't at that high, it was still like 500 a day. Now we're down to like 150, 100. But that's still, you know, 6 months ago, that was 300 subs a month. So we're still trending in the right direction. But yeah, cameraman is back. Coffees are here. I'm going to use the washroom actually, and then we're going to do Bonnie and Clyde. Let me just see. Was there a specific event happened in your life that caused interest in serial killers? Or are you a psychopath? You got me looking sideways. Yeah, no, I don't think there was any specific incident. It just happened to, I happened to watch, I attribute it to summer vacation. And like, I don't know about you, I've said this in like 10 videos at this point, but my summer vacations, like if I was gonna like paint the picture when I was in like elementary school, probably grade 6 through even like grade 10 or something, or 6th grade for you Americans to 10th grade. It was like, if I like, you know, nostalgically look back at it, it's like watching TV shows in the morning, like Price is Right. And watching stuff in the afternoon, like Roseanne on like, they had like 5 episodes in a row. And then there was, in the mornings, there was always like American Justice was on TV every day, A&E Biography. That's when I started watching those things. And then we'd go out on our bikes. But like, yeah, watching those documentary shows and those crime shows on TV got me interested somehow. I've always been interested in the things that are a little bit left of normal. Like, I find it very interesting that you can take a guy and give people all the exact same circumstances, and one person uses those circumstances and becomes a monster. You know, it's very strange. Okay, we're almost set here. Unsolved mysteries, yeah. I do have a contribute button for my channel, don't I? Contribute to this chat, guys, if you want. You don't have to. I'm saving a lot of that kind of thing. Same reason I haven't done any ads, any sponsors yet. It will happen because, I mean, let's be honest, like if I want to be able to do this channel as a full-time thing, it has to make money, right? Because I need to live and my family needs to live. So doing ads is just a natural part of that. Same with like contribute and things like that. But until it becomes worth it, like right now, it's still not worth it for me, in my opinion, to like sell a 60-second ad spot for like $1,000. Like it's got to be worth it. So it'll happen once the channel's bigger. Okay, I'm gonna have a sip of my coffee and we're gonna get ready to go.
Okay. Unsolved mysteries. Hello, KRB Zip. What's up, team? My lift inspection. No, I haven't done my walk around today. So haven't used it in a couple weeks, to be honest, but we will be using it tomorrow because I got to put, you can see you can see the grid up there, pipe grid. So I'll have to put a light up there, 2 lights up there later tomorrow. So we'll be using the scissor lift then. I was talking about the scissor lift again, you know.
You guys get back in the harness.
Yeah.
Okay. The hardest part is the host session. I tell you, a little break like that does me a lot of good. I can tell. Doing 2 in a row. Can you pass me the prompter one? Ow.
Second. Afraid there's probably going to be some of those gap issues in this one.
Some what?
Some gap things. There's some photos and stuff. I don't know how that translates when it gets into here. I think they're just editing those for the prompter as well. I guess what I got to do is make second scripts. You know what I mean? Shooting script and like my edit script. Sometimes I'm hesitant to delete things because it's like. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Oh, so one other note of interest is you can see in this setup, if you're still on the live, that we're only shooting with one camera. So I do my close-up shot. I read the entire script through that for all of them. And then when we're done all that we're doing for the day, we set up again with a wider shot that shows the whole couch. And I do the intros and outros for each back-to-back like that. And then when we're done that, we bring the camera in close and do all of these box drops.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, 2 almond milk, 1 sugar. I can't get my stuff right today.
I got sugar.
There's no sugar in it.
I got sugar here.
It's okay, I don't need it.
I didn't ask for sugar.
It's funny.
That's my fault.
That's okay. Oh, I forgot to use my fake mustache. It was just literally for one line in the last one because you'd wear like a fake mustache and shit, and I was supposed to have this on. Very cartoony. Okay. The only mustaches I could find on Amazon, it was like 48-pack of fake mustaches. It was like, who needs 48 fake mustaches? Can't I buy one?
What the fuck is happening here?
This is Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow in April 1933.
Hold on, something's weird.
Something weird.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
We are rolling.
Everything look okay for me?
Yeah, the tiniest bit to your left. Yeah.
Okay.
Ready? Here we go.
This is Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow in April 1933. In just 13 months, they'll be dead, ambushed on a quiet Louisiana road by hand. In just 13 months, they'll be dead, ambushed on a quiet Louisiana road by a hand-picked posse of Texas Rangers and lawmen. They robbed banks, stole cars, shot their way across half the country. I'm getting ahead already.
Okay.
In just 13 months, they'll be dead, ambushed on a quiet Louisiana road by a hand-picked posse of Texas Rangers and lawmen. They robbed banks, stole cars, shot their way across half the country, accidentally invented outlaws and
accidentally invented outlaw celebrity culture, and became two of the most photographed criminals in American history. This is a story of what happens when two lovers mistake notoriety for immortality. This is the story of Bonnie and Clyde. Maybe I should just do it one more time. Okay. This is Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow in April 1933. In just 13 months, they'll be dead, ambushed on a quiet Louisiana road by a hand-picked posse of Texas Rangers and lawmen. They robbed banks, stole cars, shot their way across half the country, accidentally invented outlaw celebrity culture, and became two of the most photographed criminals in American history. This is a story of what happens when two lovers mistake notoriety for immortality. This is the story of Bonnie and Clyde. Okay, so Bonnie and Clyde. Were they good? Evil? So let's do a quick recap because it's only been, 91 years. So here's the facts. First and foremost, they were armed robbers. Banks, gas stations, general stores, and cars. A shit ton of cars. Clyde was so obsessed with the Ford V8 that he wrote a letter to Henry Ford mid-crime spree after stealing and crashing like 50. Dear sir, while I still have got breath in my lungs, I will tell you what a dandy car you make. I have drove Fords exclusively when I could get away with one. For sustained speed and freedom from trouble, the Ford has got ever other cars skinned. And even if my business hasn't been strictly legal, it don't hurt anything to tell you what a fine car you got in the V8. Yours truly, Clyde Champion Barrow. Now, there's an endorsement. The new Ford V8. When surrender isn't an option, choose the Ford V8. Okay. The new Ford V8. When surrender isn't an option. So then there was all the kidnapping, burglary, prison breaks, military-grade weaponry, and yeah, all the killing. They killed at least a dozen people throughout their crime spree from 1932 to 34, mostly cops and highwaymen. So, it sounds like an open and shut case. Yes, me, there's... So is that...
It says patrolman. Highwayman is something totally different. I don't know if that matters.
Right. They killed at least a dozen people throughout their crime spree from 1932 to 34. Mostly cops and highway patrolmen. So, it sounds like an open and shut case. They're the bad guys. I mean, it's pretty hard to dispute that given the evidence. But if that's the case, then why do so many people love them? See, I think it's pretty obvious why we don't celebrate certain criminals. I mean, you know the one. But I don't know, I think we kind of have a tendency to give people a pass who take the law into their own hands in desperate times. The hard times on the American frontier, it produced outlaws like Billy the Kid, Jesse James, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And then you got like the Great Depression. You get names there like John Dillinger, Babyface Nelson, Pretty Boy Floyd, Machine Gun Kelly. No, not that one. And most notably, Bonnie and Clyde. When Bonnie and Clyde kicked off their crime spree in 32, the public was obsessed with them. It's a big part of the reason they were able to evade the law for so long. For just over 2 years, which honestly is like a million years when you're... For just over 2 years, which is like a million years when you're public enemy number one. See, this was all going on in the middle of the Great Depression. Everyone was poor and pissed off. So when these two said, fuck pens, and started withdrawing money with a Thompson machine gun, a lot of people were sympathetic to their cause. Still, the main reason we're still talking about Bonnie and Clyde 91 years later, ask me, it's not any of that. It's because they were in love. If Clyde and Steve were ripping around Southwest, robbing banks and getting into shootouts with the cops, probably wouldn't have had the same lasting effect. And the love hypothesis holds up, because I bet all of you have heard of Bonnie and Clyde. But I bet most of you can't tell me the names of half the other bear. And the love hypothesis, it holds up, because I bet all of you can tell me you've heard of Bonnie and Clyde. But I bet most of you can't tell me the names of the other half of their gang. See? I'm waiting. See? Nobody cares. It's the love story component that makes their story unique. Just try to name another outlaw couple. I'll wait, because it's going to take you a while. Oh, and I'm talking about an actual outlaw couple, not serial killers like Paul and Carla, or Fred and Rosemary West, or Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, or Ian Brady and Mira Hindley. Don't get the two confused. Outlaws kill, yes, but it's usually a means to an end, like a bank robbery gone wrong. A security guard draws his gun and bang, next thing you know, you're public enemy number one. They wind up killing because they're committing crimes. They wind up killing because they're committing crimes. Now, serial killers commit crimes because they want to kill, because they got dropped on their head or hit by a swing or whatever. All right, so have you thought of any other? All right, so have you thought of any other outlaw couple yet? Yeah, like I said, it's tough. I can only think of a few that meet the criteria, and frankly, I have the advantage of actually writing these episodes, so it's not like they're just coming off the top of my head. Let's start with these two, Charles Starkweather and Carol Ann Fugate. They went on a robbery killing spree across Nebraska and Wyoming in 1958, and they were legit Bonnie and Clyde copycats. Same kind of shit. Young, impulsive, in love. A violent, fast-moving crime spree across multiple states. Robberies that escalated into shootouts and murder. And they were front-page media sensations, too. Check it out. Look at them. They're pretty much just 1950s greaser versions of Bonnie and Clyde. If Clyde, slicked his hair back with a bit of Brill cream and wore a leather jacket over a t-shirt tucked into a pair of Levi's, you couldn't even tell them apart. But even if their real names don't ring a bell, I bet you've heard of the fictional characters they inspired. Yeah, these two were the inspiration behind Mickey and Mallory in Natural Born Killers. Oh, and they got another movie too, The Badlands, starring a very super young Martin Sheen and that girl from Terry, Sissy Spacek. Both great flicks. Oh, just thought of another couple. Wait, okay. All right, let's see. Who else?
It's definitely Spacek,
Okay.
if you care.
Yeah, sure. The Badlands, starring a super young Martin Sheen and the girl from Carrie, Sissy Spacek.
Spacek.
Spacek. Okay. They got another movie too, The Badlands, starring a super young Martin Sheen and Sissy Spacek. Both are great flicks. Okay, so let's see. What other couples? Yeah, okay. Oh, you got the Lonely Hearts Killers, Raymond Fernandez and Martha Beck. Yikes. No wonder these lovebirds were sent directly to the electric chair. They weren't super similar to Bonnie and Clyde. Somehow these two managed to Somehow, these two managed to seduce, con, and kill people for financial gain in the 1940s. They're not as like glamorous as Bonnie and Clyde, but still, sort of, they're not outlaw couple, they count. They got a movie too, Lonely Hearts. Check it out. How have I never seen this? It's got a great cast. You got Travolta, Gandolfini, the guy from 30 Seconds to Mars, Salma Hayek, Laura Dern. I don't know, but I was going to go on my list. You know what? Like, I think we're going to have to start a breakfast cereal letterbox. Is that what it's called? Eric, letterbox?
Yeah, letterbox.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to start one of those recommendations for movies, and we can all chat about these movies. But yeah, we'll add that one to the list. Anyway, that's just two couples off the top of my head that I researched and wrote down over the last few weeks while preparing for this episode. If you can think of another outlaw couple, just drop it down in the comments and we can chat about them too. So let's see. What makes you an outlaw anyway? Well, let's check out with old Miriam Levy here again. Okay, so outlaw. Here I go. Look at how good I am at flipping the exact verse. Outlaw. Now, a person who has broken the law, especially one who remains at large or is a fugitive. Okay, I want you guys to close your eyes and picture an outlaw. What do you see? Quick draw McGraw? Maybe you see like a big imposing figure, armed, cigar in mouth, maybe a scar across his face. I mean, depending on the period, he could be wearing cowboy boots, you know, maybe, or a pinstripe suit or a leather jacket. Maybe you see a gangster like Dillinger at home, or a cowboy like Billy the Kid or Jesse James. And if you're awesome, maybe you see this guy. If you're awesome, maybe you see this guy. Okay, so whatever or whoever you see, you're probably not picturing a 4'11" girl who gets straight A's and loves poetry. Like, I mean, come on, let's just be honest. And you know what, though? It's not like Clyde fits the bill either. 5'6", 135 pounds, soaking wet. He had a tattoo on his arm that said peace. I mean, why not fuck peace? Okay. Or hate across his knuckles or something. Or maybe a tattoo of a Ford V8 running over a cop's head or something. Well, I mean, this is all because before he became Clyde Barrow, the most feared outlaw in the Midwest, he was known to the police for two crimes: returning a rental car late and stealing a turkey. So was the turkey alive, dead? Who knows? But this was the Great Depression, so stealing a turkey is like the equivalent of stealing a Rolls Royce. The point is, don't let their looks fool you. These two were, or at least became, ruthless. In the early days, they would go county to county, state to state, committing crimes. Clyde figured that as long as they were moving all the time, the law couldn't catch up with them. Which kind of worked for a while. I mean, until they got blown, which kind of worked for a while. I mean, until they got blown to smithereens on the side of the Louisiana highway, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. They'd hold up gas stations, grocery stores, a couple banks here and there, general stores. Pretty much any small town shops they came across. They'd get like a couple of nickels, a tin of tuna or something. I mean, not the tin, but the pull tab kind of thing. The kind that requires a can opener. And by the way, good luck finding one of those in the Great Depression. A freaking can opener was more rare than lightsabers back then. Sorry, man. Wait, I got behind. Sorry. Other way. A little further back.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go there. They'd hold up gas stations, grocery stores, a couple banks here and there, general stores. Pretty much any small town shops they came across. They'd get like a couple of nickels, a tin of tuna or something. And hey, not the tin that has the pull tab, the kind that requires a can opener.
And by the way, good luck getting your hands on one of those during the Depression. Can openers were more rare than lightsabers back in the day. Flash one around the wrong part of town, and someone's going to blow your head off and take it. They had a saying back then: show me a can opener, and I'll show you a Rockefeller. They had a saying back then: show me a can opener, and I'll show you a Rockefeller. True story. Look it up. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that they were pretty much broke all the time. They got in shootouts here and there, but the law couldn't do shit about it. The only time they'd see law enforcement was in the form of an old sheriff in their rearview mirror just shaking his fist in a cloud of dust. And at this point, the media, the police, they didn't know who they were. Probably just some young punks from out of town, city folk. But after an unhinged shootout in Joplin, other way. You got it even further yet? Other way? Yeah. Go ahead. At this point, the media, the police, they didn't even know who they were dealing with. They probably thought they were just some young punks from out of town, like city folk. But after an unhinged shootout in Joplin, Missouri, they left something behind that would change everything. A roll of undeveloped film. But before I get into all that, I got to set the scene. We can't talk about what made Bonnie and Clyde, well, Bonnie and Clyde, without taking a look at their background. Pause.
Did we lose it?
No, but we're getting close to dead. Do we have any kind of nearby?
This is the one I pulled for you over there.
Wow. Is there people in the stream?
Yep, 20.
Huh?
20.
What do you guys think so far? You liking the episode? Seeing how the sausage is made, as somebody said. I think it's fun. I think that little part there got a little bit redundant, so you'll probably see some of me editing that out later, if you actually remember. But sometimes I notice that while I'm reading on set for the first time. I'm like, I feel like I already said that. Like I went over what they robbed too many times already. Okay, I'm ready to go. Good?
Yep.
Outlaw origins. To understand just how shitty the Great Depression was, just picture that stick and tire game. I mean, you know the one, right? You can't look back at, you know the one. You can't look at black and white footage from a shitty time and not see at least one Oliver Twist looking kid somewhere in the background chasing around a tire, a wheel, a hoop, or something with a stick. You know, he's got those high socks on and the bowler hat, three-piece suit, shorts combo kind of thing going on. You know the kid, right? He's running past some soot-covered hobo lying in the gutter with a bottle of wine or something. If you see anyone chasing a tire, so basically, if you see anyone chasing a tire, you know you live in a shitty place or time. Excuse me. Basically, if you see anyone chasing a tire or a wheel or a hoop, you know you live in a shitty place or time. Sorry, it's just the way it is. If you didn't, you'd have cool toys to play with, like a wooden horse you pulled along on a string, or one of those spinning top things, and maybe even a kite. Basically, if you can leave your toy out overnight and no one steals it, then your toy sucks. No one is stealing your old rusty bike tire. Okay, so rant over.
Let's cut to the chase. Bonnie and Clyde lived in a shitty town in a shitty time. The slums of West Dallas, to be precise. So Bonnie grew up in some place called Cement City. Sounds nice. I looked it up. It's not. Apparently, it was a suburb developed around the turn of the century to house workers for the surrounding cement plants. Okay, there. That's where the name's from. And the whole area was like a shanty town during the Depression. Probably in the process of disassembling that bike so they'll have 2 wheels to chase around. And also, Cement City? It sounds like the goal was to demoralize you before you even arrived. Why not Pleasantville or Smilesboro or something like that? I mean, the Trailer Park Boys, for God's sakes, those guys lived in a dump, and it was called Sunnyvale. Cement City? The guy who named it should have been tried as an accomplice in the Bonnie and Clyde murder story. So anyways, it goes without saying that the place was pretty run down. Tents, shacks, scrap wood houses. Otis Toole's childhood home and Unabomber's shack would have been like prime real estate on Main Street. It was like if Gangs of New York was set in the Dust Bowl. The only entertainment was watching an out-of-work prospector playing the blues on his porch. You just get a pair of dusty overalls, prime rings. I mean, that sounds kind of fun, but trust me. So yeah, Bonnie had it rough. So let's check in on Clyde. Let's check out his upbringing. So yeah, Bonnie had it rough. So let's check in on Clyde, see about his upbringing. So when he was a kid, his family was forced to move from countryside to Dallas. And they moved to a place that made Cement City look like El Dorado. And by that, I mean Dad moved the family under a bridge in a squatter's commune. Not a great start for Clyde. They were, okay, yeah. Not a great start for Clyde. They were so poor that they had to save up to move into a tent. Save up to move into a tent. Before that, Mom, Dad, and little Clyde and his 6 siblings slept under the family's wagon. Not in it, no, under it. Thankfully, by the time he met Bonnie, his dad had managed to hammer some scrap metal together and build a small 3-room home in the suburbs, complete with a service station out front. Not bad. Probably called it Barrow and Sons or something. Check it out. Okay, so it was called the Star Service Station, but if you look close, you can see H.B. Barrow written there. Yeah, probably took the whole and Sons part down when Clyde started robbing gas stations and killing people. The Barrow family gas station was recently torn down, but this guy here managed to do a spot before the bulldozers arrived. That's Grim Life Collective. He tours famous locations linked to crime. If you're into that kind of stuff, you should definitely check out his channel. He's got some great stuff up there. The other thing that I thought was pretty surprising is that, unlike most people I cover on this channel, both of them, Bonnie and Clyde, seem to come from good homes. Not houses, homes. But hey, come from good homes, not houses. Those were pretty shitty, as we just talked about. But hey, home is where the heart is. I mean, considering the abject poverty, I didn't find any history of abuse, heavy drinking, swing set related concussions, nothing. From all accounts, Bonnie was a good kid. I couldn't find anything about her killing cops before she met Clyde. Nothing. She just seemed like a normal kid. She loved poetry and wanted to become an actress. Nothing out of the ordinary. Clyde, on the other hand, was a different story. He put the whole Turkey was a different story. He put the whole Turkey incident behind him and started committing real crimes. Stole an ostrich, probably. Now, he joined forces with his big brother Buck, who had a bad reputation, and the two started getting in trouble together. Fighting, theft, robbery, B&E. On paper, Bonnie and Clyde seemed like polar opposites. But Bonnie had a thing for bad. I mean, that's pretty obvious, given what they would go on to do. But we know that's the case, because by the time she met Clyde, she was already married to this guy, Roy Thornton. Roy Thornton. They got married a few days before her 16th birthday. Man, they did things young back then, didn't they? And the guy wasn't an upstanding citizen, abusive, in and out of jail all the time. He was actually gunned down in 1937 while attempting to escape from Huntsville State Prison. Bonnie got away from him before that, but technically they were still married when she met Clyde. Okay, so before we get into how Bonnie met Clyde, we're going to take a closer look at that But before we get into how Bonnie met Clyde, we got to take a closer look at that undeveloped film the cops discovered after the shootout in Joplin. Outlaw celebrity power couple. So, at this point, the media, they're still not paying too much attention. Bonnie and Clyde weren't Bonnie and Clyde. The papers didn't know who was behind the crime spree. So they were just publishing stories like this. Bandits bolt with biscuits and brazen general store holdup. Bandits bolt with biscuits and brazen general store holdup. Daylight bandits boost beans, bacon, and the cash box. Highway hoodlums help themselves to ham and hard candy. April 13th, 1933 was just like any other day. Bonnie and Clyde were hanging out in a rented apartment in Joplin, Missouri with 3 on and off gang members. These guys. You got Clyde's big brother Buck, his wife Blanche, and this frickin' tweaker W.D. Jones. They're just, chilling, doing 1930s outlaw shit, sitting on bed for hours, flinging cards into a hat. See, Joplin wasn't the biggest town, so it's not like they could just duck into a theater and watch the latest silent film blockbuster starring, some kid chasing around a wheel with a stick. Chasing around a wheel with a stick.
You want to do it again?
Joplin. Joplin wasn't the biggest town, so it's not like they could just duck into a theater and watch the latest silent film blockbuster starring a man with a hose. Okay, yeah. Fuck off with rewriting things after I changed them. I liked it better. Can you just skip a little forward for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll just try to pull it here.
From where?
I'll just go from one paragraph up. They're just chilling, doing 1930s outlaw shit. Sitting on a bed for hours. Flinging cards into a hat. See, because Joplin wasn't the biggest town, so it's not like they could just duck into the local theater and watch the latest silent film blockbuster starring some kid chasing around a wheel with a stick. Which was, really too bad, because that movie starring some old man using a hose had just burst onto the screens across America. People were just lined up for days to see that one. And that one was amazing, but it was like watching paint dry compared to that one starring a bunch of people leaving a factory. That one was smashing box office records. Go back. I want to just try to do that one from memory. It was better when it was just simple. Go to There, yeah. Joplin wasn't the biggest town, so it's not like they could just duck into a theater and watch that latest silent film blockbuster starring that man with a hose. Okay. It wasn't like they could just, I'm going to do one more take on that. Joplin wasn't the biggest town, so it's not like they could just duck into a theater and watch the latest silent film blockbuster starring a bunch of people getting off work from a factory. Okay, yeah, I like that better than this over. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look that hideout out. A lot of these places, they're still standing. So let's see here. 330. So let's see here. 3347 Oak Ridge Drive, Joplin, Missouri. Wait, no fucking way. It's an Airbnb. Look at that. Man, it still looks exactly like it did back in 1933. Like, I mean, they might be playing into that, I guess, probably for the rental, but it looks like you can stay the night for about $265. I totally got to do that at some point for the channel. I want to just quickly see some of the reviews here. All 4 and 5 stars, not bad. Reviews are all positive. Nothing about an arsenal of weapons lying around. Nothing about an arsenal of weapons just lying around, so that kind of sucks. But man, this guy Chris, who owns the place, really lucked out. It must be constantly booked. Anyway, so people notice when strangers roll into towns like this. So when a flashy Ford V8 riddled with bullet holes pulls up, bursting with enough weapons for every man, woman, and child, people start asking questions. Like, look at this shit. Like, look at this shit. The group ran loud, alcohol-fueled card games late into the night in the quiet. The group ran loud. Sorry. Back up a little. The group ran loud, alcohol-fueled card games late into the night in a quiet neighborhood. Blanche recalled that they bought a case of beer a day. The men came and went noisily at all hours, and Clyde accidentally fired a Browning automatic rifle in the apartment while cleaning it. He drunkenly fired off his BAR inside the hideout? Okay, let's see. What does a Browning automatic rifle sound like? Oh, yeah. That's definitely going to wake up the neighbors. So some uptight busybody calls the cops, and the law shows up, and the next thing they know, they're in the middle of a massive gun battle. The gang's flipping over furniture, shooting from windows. Blanche is like having a nervous breakdown in the corner, just shaking all over the place, tearing her hair out. The cops are taking cover behind their cruisers and returning fire. A woman walks past with a baby in a stroller, and a cop has to dive in front using his own body as a human shield. He takes one to the chest. It's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. 2 officers died that day. Detective Harry McGinnis and Constable Wes Harrigan. From what I could find, everyone in the department liked McGinnis. He had a reputation for being level-headed. He was the opposite of a trigger-happy cop, which makes what happened to him even more tragic. Wes Harrigan was a small-town constable responsible for small-town problems like livestock disputes and moonshine complaints. People said he was practical, straightforward, and brave. So the gang managed to get out of there that day, but they left behind one of those old-timey cameras and the undeveloped film I mentioned. When the police developed it, they found these now iconic photos. Check out this one. Colt revolver on hip.
chomping down on a big cigar. She actually smoked cigarettes, but just thought the whole cigar thing would add to the aesthetic, which honestly it does. This pic dominated the headlines. Then you got this one here of Bonnie pointing a pump shotgun at Clyde. Probably pissed after he made her puff on that cigar. Then you got Bonnie posing by a Ford V8, stolen, of course. They should have stapled this one to that letter Clyde wrote to Henry Ford. And this one, pretty spicy material for the 1930s. The cops probably wanted to put them behind bars for this public embrace alone. Anyway, the media got a hold of those photos and went absolutely nuts. So like the next day, Clyde's out and about doing outlaw stuff and just leaning up against the general store's wall with the brim of his hat flipped down over his eyes, just flipping a coin. When he hears some kid, shout, "Extra, extra, read all about it. Texas outlaws Bonnie and Clyde survived a shootout with God and dropped in Missouri." Let me just try that extra, extra kid again. You hear some kid shout, "Extra, extra, read all about it. Texas outlaws Bonnie and Clyde survived a shootout with the law in Joplin, Missouri." So Clyde's immediately like, "Hot diggity." He walks over to the extra. Kid's like, he walks over to the extra, extra kid and is like, "Bonnie and Clyde, eh? I'll take 2. So Bonnie and Clyde are reading over the papers in a stolen Ford V8, and Clyde's like, "Well, gee whiz, will you look at that? We're splashed clean across the front page." He's all excited and shit, but Bonnie's like, "Clyde Barrow, you big sap. Our mugs are splashed bigger than the governor's. Every lawman across the country's fixing to come collect." I don't know if that's anywhere close to their accents, but that's how I hear it in my head. And that got me thinking, like, why wouldn't they have just worn a ski mask or a pair of Bonnie's leotards over their faces or something? Not to mention, why would you document your entire crime spree? Not to mention, why would you document your entire crime spree on film? Sure, I mean, it's fun to play dress up and pose with guns, but it's got to be about the dumbest thing you could possibly do. I mean, you recall ever seeing any pics of Capone posing with a baseball bat over a dead body? No. Any selfies of babyface Nelson and Dillinger smiling with a gun to a bank teller's head? No, of course not. Because they weren't that fucking stupid. Whatever their plans were, there was no going back now. To the media and general public, they were now Bonnie and Clyde and the Barrow gang. But the cops just saw them as heavily armed, trigger-happy lunatics. And they vowed to do whatever it took to take them down. All right, let's take a minute to go back in time. All right, let's take a minute to go back in time. When Bonnie met Clyde. Okay, I suppose you guys want to hear how these two met. I don't mean to be a downer, but it wasn't that eventful. That's not romantic, whatever. I mean, from what I could find, they met at the home of a mutual friend. Yeah, an actual home. With walls, running water, and all that shit. Bonnie walked in, there in the kitchen, Clyde was fixing the radio. That's it. Clyde's like, "What's up?" Bonnie's like, "Hey." And Clyde was just like, "I just got out of jail. You want to go shoot some pigs?" And Bonnie was like, "Wait, so you're done with the whole turkey stealing thing?" Now you got to remember, her husband Roy was in jail for like robbery and shit. She couldn't start dating some amateur turkey thief. She'd be the laughing stock of the town. Thankfully, like a few days later,
Clyde was arrested for car theft and sent to prison. Phew. So now Bonnie's head over heels for Clyde. 2 weeks into his sentence, she smuggles in a gun so he can shoot his way out. Yeah, okay, now there we go. That's the Bonnie and Clyde story that we want to hear. Apparently, she smuggled the gun tucked into the waistband of her skirt. I don't know what to tell you. It's whatever I said, it's the 20s, 30s, whatever. I mean, maybe they didn't search ladies coming in to visit their convict boyfriends back then. I mean, she should have just disguised a Browning automatic as a crutch and just kind of limped her way past the guards. Anyway, Clyde used the gun and escaped all right, but he's recaptured in a week and sentenced to 14 years hard labor. I mean, chain gang type shit. Like tarring roads and breaking big rocks into smaller rocks. Like Cool Hand Luke shit. For 14 years. For 14 years. Man, they didn't fuck around back then, did they? Somehow, he got released after only serving 21 months of a 14-year sentence. Again, 21 months, less than 2 years of a 14-year sentence. Apparently, his mom wrote the warden a letter begging for his release. But from 14 years of hard labor to 21 months, must have been quite the letter. I don't know, there's got to be more to this bad story than they're letting on. Whatever happened.
Wait, oh.
Whatever happened, people closest to him said that the stint prison is what turned him from a petty criminal into a vengeful, violent outlaw, hell-bent on revenge against the Texas prison system and the police as a whole. I don't really get it. Dude, they reduced your sentence from 14 years to 21 months. And you weren't grateful? You should have been like volunteering at the prison after that. Like bringing the guards lunch as a thank you or something. Washing their cars, brushing their horses. They cut you a ginormous break and you repay them by blowing away anyone who works in their industry? I don't know. It seems a little rude to say the least, I think. Anyway, he vowed never to go back to prison, and he definitely meant it. Public enemy number one. Okay, so where were we in the timeline here? Oh yeah, their photos are splashed across every paper in the country. The public loves them, and the media is constantly banging on about how ruthless, heavily armed, and unstoppable they are. Small-town local police would literally just shit their pants at the mere mention of their names. Oh, and around this time, they got a new, absolutely insane, trigger-happy gang member. This guy, Henry Methvin. The guy was a complete and total basket case. By this point, Clyde's so into his outlaw persona that he would just roll up on a By this point, Clyde's so into his own outlaw persona that he would just roll up on small town officers and just fucking rev his engine at a red light. And most of them wouldn't do shit. The gang was armed to the teeth. The trunk of their car was like that bunker in T2. We're talking Winchester model 1897 pump action shotguns, sawed off 10 gauge lever action shotguns. Bonnie's favorite, the Colt 1911 pistol, Thompson submachine guns, and Clyde's favorite weapon, the Browning automatic. And believe me, they weren't just for show. If they caught wind that the cops were on their tail, they'd suit up like they were going to war. Clyde had a reputation as someone who wasn't afraid to shoot first and ask questions later. A typical Bonnie and Clyde shootout looks something like this. Someone spots the gang where they shouldn't be and calls the cops. Some dusty old sheriff 3 days out from retirement shows up with his pistol up. Some dusty old sheriff, 3 days out from retirement, shows up with his pistol that he used in the Civil War. A couple of rookies shaking like leaves behind him. The rookies know what they're in for, but the sheriff thinks it's just those darn kids and their darn rock and roll music. The gang hears those cowboy boots with the spurs approaching, and before the sheriff can spit tobacco juice on the ground and mutter something clever like, well, what have we got here? Clyde just holds down the trigger on his Browning auto and just starts spraying the hat. Clyde holds down the trigger on... Oh, shit. What do we got here? Clyde just holds down the trigger on his Browning auto and just starts spraying the fuck out of the doors, walls, windows, whatever. Then the rest of the gang joins in with military-grade firepower. There's so many guns just lying around, the gang's more in danger of basically tripping on them than getting their heads blown up. They blast their way out, pile into a stolen Ford V8, peel out of there, leaving behind bodies in a smoking... Shit. Back up just a little. A little more, yeah. They blast their way out, pile into a stolen Ford V8, and peel out of there, leaving behind bodies in the smoking ruin of a hideout. The whole thing is over in minutes and ends with the sheriff back. The whole thing is over in minutes and ends with the sheriff back at the station saying something like, "Back in my day, kids respected their elders." Then it's on to the next town where the cycle would repeat. So, eventually, that recklessness led to some high-profile killings that tanked the gang's PR and embarrassed the state of Texas as a whole. You don't want to embarrass Texas back then, trust me. The headlines start to look like this. In the span of just 6 days, they killed 3 cops. Not in a gunfight while trying to get away. Just straight up in cold blood. Just straight murder. The accounts are murky, but even though it was most certainly Clyde and Methvin who did the shooting, a farmer claimed to have seen Parker laugh at the way Murphy's head bounced like a rubber ball on the ground as she shot him. As historian James Knight said, for the first time, Bonnie was seen as the killer. For the first time, Bonnie was seen as a killer actually pulling the trigger, just like Clyde. Whatever chance she had for clemency had just been reduced. So even though Bonnie likely wasn't responsible, the papers blamed her and made her out to be an executioner. From hero to zero. So, around this time, the public was like, Bonnie and Clyde, ew, gross, I never liked them to begin with. Run-ins with the law were becoming more and more common, and eventually Buck got half his head blown off, and Blanche was permanently blinded in one eye after an insane shootout in Missouri. Buck died 5 days later, and Blanche was captured alive. I mean, it's pretty easy to capture her. The cops were basically just like, "Psst, hey, Blanche, it's me, Clyde. Hey, just come over here for a second. I want to show you something." They pretty much just held a set of handcuffs open, and she just stumbled into them. The useless tweaker WD just fucking panicked and bailed out of there after the shootout. He was arrested a few months later. So that's 3 gang members down. Just leaves us with Bonnie, Clyde, and that crazy dude who keeps shooting everyone. What was his name? Methvin. Fitting name for a strung out lunatic. By this point, the government and anyone with a badge. Eventually, the orders came down the line from the special commission. They brought in this guy. Retired Texas Ranger Frank Hamer. And let me tell you, this guy was the real deal. He'd been in over 20 gunfights, shot 17 times, and killed, not much, just between 53 to 70 people. No big deal. The only thing missing was an eye patch and a big scar running down his face. Oh man, this is so good.
the way they got him on board was like a scene straight out of a Rambo flick. Hamer's just trying to live out his retirement in peace, right? He's got a stretch of land, a wife, a dog. Just trying to put all that killing behind him. And out of the blue, some 5-star general shows up at his doorstep and lectures him about running from his past. Tells him that he's the only one who can get the job done. If he doesn't take the job, the Russians are going to invade, or something. Yeah, you know what I mean. It was pretty much exactly like that Key and Peele sketch. I'm always trying to use this clip. Or yeah, the scene from Commando, right? Anyway, Hamer's given the authority to essentially put together an off-the-books interstate hit squad. So he contacts his old partner, this guy, Manny Galt. From what I gather, together they've killed like the equivalent of a small city back in the day. So Hamer and Galt go state to state, tracking Bonnie and Clyde. One guy's got his ear to the ground. The other's like seeing signs. The other guy's like seeing signs and all the depression dust blowing past. You know, they're shaking animal bones around and throwing them on the ground. Tasting shit for some reason. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's a little more scientific than that, but you get the picture. They're hot on the trail, but they're always just like a day behind. They're coming across smoldering campfires from the night before, half-eaten meals, abandoned shot-up Ford V8s, cigar butts. Like that montage scene from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly where Tuco's tracking Blondie. He finds a cigar at every campsite and tries to like puff it to life, you know? But it's been out too long. As he gets closer, oh, he finally catches up to one that he can smoke. Yeah, just like that. Hamer relied on old school police work to track them down. He had studied the gang's movements and found that they swung in a circle skirting the edges of 5 Midwestern states, exploiting the state line rule that prevented officers from pursuing a fugitive into another jurisdiction. Eventually, he figured out that their movements centered around visiting family. And he noticed that they were kind of overdue to visit Methvin's family in Louisiana. So before the gang arrived, Hamer and Galt had a little word with Methvin's dad, and after some coercion, they cut a deal with him. Give us Bonnie and Clyde, and we'll take it easy on your fucking tweaker son. He agreed, and as the plan fell into place, Hamer put together the dream team. These guys. Bob Alcorn, Ted Hinton, Henderson Jordan, and Prentice Oakley. With the trap set, the only thing left to do was lie in wait. Bonnie and Clyde legacy. Scratch back up a little bit. Just take a breath for a second. So, what would you want for a last meal? Steak, sushi, cup of coffee, KFC, or something like that? KFC or something? How about a BLT and a fried bologna sandwich? I don't know. I guess it's an acceptable order if you don't know it's going to be the last thing you eat. I don't know. I guess it's an acceptable order if you don't know it's the last thing you're going to eat. Other way? Yeah. See, that is Bonnie and Clyde's last meal. They ordered the sandwiches here from Canfield's Cafe in Gippsland, Louisiana. I know. Shocking. No kid out front chasing a tire around the stick. Anyway, that's what the cafe looked like when Bonnie and Clyde stopped in on May 23rd, 1934 at about 9 a.m. Here's what it looks like now. It's one of the most visited tourist sites in Louisiana. That's got to say something, right? I mean, what other outlaws draw that kind of attention over 90 years after their deaths? And it's not just the Ambush Museum. Their legend lives on through monuments, themed restaurants, tours, merchandise, books, movies, documentaries, songs.
I mean, look at this shit. It's everywhere. You can't search their names without someone trying to sell you something with their faces attached to it. Mugs, souvenirs, socks, bed sheets, Halloween costumes, keychains, shot glasses. Phone cases, figurines, jewelry. And it's not just shitty little trinkets either. Major art. And it's not just shitty little trinkets either. Major artists have contributed to their legacy too. There's Jay-Z's Bonnie and Clyde featuring Beyonce. That tune finishes with the lyrics, all I need in this life of sin is me and my girlfriend. Down to ride till the very end, it's me and my boyfriend. Then you got Eminem, me and my boyfriend. Then you got Eminem's 97, Bonnie and Clyde. Cute little tune. Highly recommend if you're looking for a psychopathic lullaby for your kid. I mean, okay, let's see, what else? Oh, of course, you got more Tupac. Tupac's Me and My Girlfriend. He takes some creative freedom with the source material. I love finger fucking you. All of a sudden, I'm hearing thunder when you bust a nut. Be ducking or taking numbers. I didn't find any evidence of Bonnie and Clyde doing or saying that, but Tupac did get shot to death in his car, so I mean, there's that. And it's not just America. Here's a tune from across the pond. Sergei? I always forget how to pronounce that.
Yeah, Sergey. Where are they from?
Gainsbourg, France.
Yeah, I would say Sergey.
I'm going to say Gainsbourg and Bridget Bardot. Here's a track from across the pond. Gainsbourg and Bridget Bardot. Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, if you don't speak French, just picture Bonnie and Clyde shooting cops in Paris. Lana Del Rey mentions them in Live or Die. Are we going to be Bonnie and Clyde? It's either live or die. Boy, it's either live or die. I mean, there's the Bonnie and Clyde Broadway musical. Netflix, The Highwayman. Then there's roughly 1,000 docs and bios on YouTube. Then there's roughly like 1,000 docs and bios on YouTube. Scratch that. 1,001 now. You're welcome. But the single biggest contributor that really made them household names was the 1967 movie Bonnie and Clyde, directed by Arthur Penn. It stars Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway, who were two of the biggest stars in Hollywood at the time. Gene Hackman even plays Clyde's brother Buck. And it's awesome. I actually just rewatched it fairly recently while preparing for this episode. It's actually really famous for the scene where they're shot at the end for the editing technique used. It's the most cuts in a scene, I think, up to the point or something like that. Rewind. Keep going back. Yeah. And oh, I almost forgot. Estelle Parsons, she's the one who played Blanche. She won an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress. But get this, the real Blanche saw the movie and said, "That movie made me look like a screaming horse's ass." It sure did. I mean, it's pretty embarrassing. Like, not only does someone portray you in a negative light, but they also received one of the biggest awards in show business for that portrayal. That's too good, man. People loved that movie so much that it launched the Bonnie look. Berets and pencil skirts were just flying off the shelves. There have been so many Bonnie and Clyde movies that it's hard to count. Look at this. Look at this. And that's not even all. Wait, what's that one? Bonnie and Clyde versus Dracula? How have I not seen this? What are they like? Machine gun Dracula to death with silver bullets and rob a blood bank or something? Hard to say. The description's just gangsters and vampires collide in a gory battle. Sold. You know what? I said we're going to have a Discord server soon with some watch parties for the channel. Maybe we'll make that one of our first films. What do you guys think? Let's see. Scroll up. Let's just take a little closer look at this masterpiece. Okay, 18% on Rotten Tomatoes. You know what? That's actually better than you would think. But the reviews, they're not great. Another garbage remake. Is it a remake though? Or, okay, like the name doesn't tell you what to expect. Okay, moving swiftly on here. Oh, well, this guy loves it, so it can't be all that bad. A hell of a lot better than the title would lead you to believe. Oh. A hell of a lot better than the title would lead you to believe. I mean, still, only 3 stars? I don't know. Has anybody seen this? If you have seen it, let me know. So anyways, it's weird to think that when all this was going on, they had no idea of the impact that they would leave behind. That they would become 2 of the most recognizable figures in American history. That there would be songs, movies, music, all written about them. There are monuments scattered across the Southwest, making locations of their famous shootouts. There's monuments, let's go from there, sorry. Yeah. There are monuments scattered across the Southwest, marking locations of their famous shootouts, their hideouts, where they slept, where they ate, and where they died. This monument marks the spot where they were gunned down on the morning of May 23rd, 1934. It's hard to read because people use it for target practice all the time, but it says, on this site, May 23rd, 1934, Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker were killed by law enforcement officers. This plaque's right beside it in honor of the officers who took them down. But if you go now, you won't see it. Bonnie and Clyde, oh yeah, you won't see it. Go ahead, skip up, that's a clip. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was in 2023, but apparently it was literally just stolen again, like recently. So no, apparently it happens all the time. Still, it's kind of fitting in a way. Man, that is some legacy. But in order to get a legacy like that, you gotta go down hard. 0 hour. In the early hours of May 23rd, 1934, Bonnie and Clyde left Canfield's Cafe and began the 9-mile drive back to the Methven family farm. On the road up ahead, they spotted Methven's father on the shoulder with his truck jacked up. It looked like he had a flat. They stopped to offer assistance, and that was the end of the road for Bonnie and Clyde. Let me just do that small paragraph one more time. They stopped to offer assistance, and that was the end of the road for Bonnie and Clyde. Hamer and his posse had set up shop in the bushes just off the road. They were just feet away from Bonnie and Clyde when they opened fire. In a matter of seconds, roughly 130 rounds tore through the vehicle. According to a statement from officers Hinton and Alcorn, quote, after shooting the shotguns, we emptied the pistols at the car, which had passed us and ran. After shooting the shotguns, we emptied the pistols at the car, which had passed us and ran into a ditch about 50 yards on down the road. It almost turned over. We kept shooting at the car even after it stopped. We weren't taking any chances. The coroner's report listed 17 entrance wounds in Clyde's body and 26 holes in Bonnie, including several headshots to each. But that doesn't account for all the buckshot lodged in their bodies too. But that doesn't even count for all the buckshot lodged in their bodies too. To put the damage in perspective, Undertaker C.F. Bailey had difficulty embalming the bodies because of all the bullet holes. Word of the ambush spread fast, and a crowd quickly gathered. It was chaos. People were reaching into the death car, just trying to touch their bodies. They cut pieces of Bonnie's hair. Souvenir collectors grabbed anything they could, shell casings, glass, clothing. Then the reporters arrived, and within hours, the story's front page news nationwide. Their funerals were held separately. Thousands of people lined up to see the bodies. While they were alive, Bonnie made it clear she wanted to be buried next to Clyde, but her mom blamed Clyde for ruining her daughter's life, so she was like, fuck that. Bonnie's wishes were immortalized in the closing lines of the poem she penned while on the run, The Trail's End. She wrote it just weeks before they were gunned down. They don't think they're too smart or desperate. They know that the laws always wins. They've been shot at before, but they do not ignore that death is the wages of sin. Someday they'll go down together. They'll bury them side by side. To few it'll be grief, the law a relief, but it's death for Bonnie and Clyde. So what do you think? Were Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes of the Great Depression that should be celebrated? Or were they just cold-blooded killers out for personal gain? Let me know in the comments below. And of course, don't forget to murder that subscribe button because we got more killer content dropping all the time. See you later, cornflakes. How long?
An hour 11. Yeah, I feel like they're going to cut that one down. There's a lot of it that felt quite repetitive or redundant. But I feel like one of the big things that are usually, I feel like it doesn't feel like there's ever like filler, you know?
In what sort?
In like the scripts. I feel like that it never really, when you're reading, it never feels seem like there's filler, but that one started to feel a little bit like it was a little bit.
See, I again, like, honestly, like, my favorite part of that whole thing, too, is, again, like, maybe the legacy bit, where it's, like, talking about the different movies.
Yeah.
And talking, like, that feels like the better tone to me.
It's a cooler part of it.
You know, like, that to me is, like, that's the stuff that interests me more. It's not telling the story, it's talking about what's around the story, kind of. Oh, yeah, people are here on the screen.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think? I mean, that was a long read. The take was an hour and 10 minutes. I mean, of course, I screwed up a few times. We had to stop and go over again. But, I mean, you're looking at probably, if you cut out all the screw ups, it's probably still 55 minutes, I would guess, of material. That was difficult.
That's the longest one for
It's
sure.
the longest one for sure. And it's exhausting doing that. It's hard to like keep that level of energy going for that long, you know? And it's hard to say, like, that's what you can tell when you watch it through this. I bet you can tell like how much of it's made in the editing process. When you bring in the music and you bring in the B-roll and the cutting from this shot to a tighter shot and all that, right? But yeah.
Wide now.
Wide. I'm gonna take 5. I think it's also, I think I often end up kind of scared while I'm doing them because it's like, I'm hyper aware of like talking, and then I watch it back and it never seems as like crazy. But it's like, what am I gonna do for B-roll? Like I'm thinking it the whole time. Like I'm literally just like talking like a whole long story of like this event. And I haven't done that much before. Any comments?
Not really.
Do you think? I think it would be very, almost next to impossible for me to outsource the coach edits.
You just need an editor who can study the format.
Yeah, like really study it. I think you could outsource the where else your coach go. It makes sense. You know what I mean? Like that's more because it's more like this like attractive works pretty well, and then with the imagery that I'm literally talking about.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, like, what do you want to do? Do you want to do the wides, do the box drop?
Yeah, wides.
Wides, box drop.
Box strap.
We could do a number of things. We could set up for the top down thing, and then just do it in the morning when we get here.
Well, I think we do the wides.
Yeah.
Do the box drop, get this finished, and then let's just see, like, let's start setting up for the next one and see where we're at energy-wise. I'm getting pretty tired, but...
Yeah, I find to do them. I'm wondering, do we set up for the ones that just start coming first thing, or do we save the setup for
tomorrow? Well, what do we also have to do tomorrow? We have to do the top downs.
We're going to do green, which will basically be like, we can probably keep this set up, pull the couch out, just put me in a chair, and do the reactions, right?
But don't you want those to be in the void? No.
Remember, because I went through that green, so I can try to pace myself in the footage.
Right.
And then we got 2 voids.
Okay. Two voids.
Baby farmers, and one of a couple other options. I haven't decided which one.
Sorry, 2 voids. And how many are the movie or the clip reviews are we doing?
Book reviews?
Clip reviews.
2 or 3.
How long are those?
Well, the thing is, we're going to just play it through. I'm going to pause it and talk. So
Oh, there's no prompter. Okay.
I'll
have like a very short intro where I'm just like, hey, today we're going to look at Ed Kemper's 1984 interview. I don't even think I should even get into like Ed Kemper, if you don't know, is, I don't know, what do you think? It's almost like you should know.
Yeah. How long are those roughly?
Interviews.
Yeah. Or those videos, you think? Like,
I don't know. It just depends how long I talk.
right.
Right? Because it's like, I'm going to pause them. I have the video downloaded. Like the Ed Kemper interview is 18 minutes long. And I'll pause it to talk as it goes. So it's like, how long is that going to take? I don't know. I want it to be really raw. So I'm not going to like, I don't think there'll be much of me rewinding and doing something a second time. It's Stone Phillips and the Ed Kemper one, and then I'm just trying to decide if I should consider doing the Ted Bundy one or not.
Okay. So then we're doing Boyd last, I guess, right?
That's okay. Those are pretty relaxed, right? Relaxed topics of baby farming.
The fuck is baby farming?
Exactly. So when we were doing, oh, where's the stream?
Here.
Do you guys know what baby streaming is? Stream?
Baby streaming?
Or baby farming. So we did the where did all the serial killers go, or the female serial killers one. People said, oh, another thing they used to do a lot of was baby farming, and I've never heard of it. I looked it up. It was basically like women that would advertise that they would take your, you pay them a sum, they basically have money. So we like give me like $1,000 a month. And then they would start just babies and so it just keeps going on.
Oh, you already up to what?
Yeah. Just widen the lens.
Let's remember when we're doing the box straps.
No green.
Keep it on my pocket.
Yeah. Make my life easier. Even if I'm gonna do the thing where I hold the box up, just do it on the couch. I'll just duck down even like no one's gonna question it. But like if you've seen the chopper one when it's like I'm holding the box up and the green screen, like you were actually tilting with it. And
Right.
I'm not moving the background at all. So it looked like this weird, you know, the body gives you. Okay, I'll start with
You got to clean up get rid of the globe and everything.
yeah. I'll leave we should get that glow B-roll too, eh?
Sure.
We'll start with Clark, who I was wearing the blue for. And if we're starting with Clark, I'm going to actually leave the globe. Does it look okay there? Or
Yeah, I think that's within the realm of belief, sure.
so chat, you can see, I guess you can kind of already see.
I do feel like the camera is lower though, usually. Like, look at how much of this we can see here. Maybe maybe there's too much space between the.
I'd probably also punch that in.
Yeah, but look here. Look at the thing is cutting there.
Oh yeah.
Where there it's much lower. Do you need to pull it in more? Maybe. Is it too far away?
The couch too far away? Or the coffee table is usually closer to my legs.
Yeah, try that as well. Yeah, that's more.
Better?
Yeah. It does feel like we're still like.
It doesn't bother me though.
Yeah, it's not wrong.
I think we've been weird. This one was weirder than usual. It was harder for me to get. If you look at the perspective, it's way off, actually. But right, and this is actually more accurate, if anything.
Right, we're like too high in that one.
Yeah, we're like almost pointed like this, where we should be more like this or something. I think this is more right, actually.
Too. Okay, I got you. Okay.
I'll just cut it out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I should just put the globe over there more, so it's almost like behind the arm.
Whatever you want, man. You'll have to cut it out.
Yeah,
In between the floor, but.
If you look closely too, sometimes I pretty roughly. Let's show the chat this quick. There, you guys can see we're setting up for the wide shots, which we use for the intro and the outro. So you can see the whole couch now. And yeah. And then since it's not fully on green, later on I have to cut this out. But since the camera doesn't move, it's easy to cut it out. And then you key out this, and then you put the whole basement in behind it. Neato, gang.
Magic of cinema. Okay, what script?
Clark.
You need this?
Nice. Serial.
And here's the cereal of choice that ends up poured into the boxes.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it's like the most fitting for being weird, the colorful cereal with the killer, right? Not the not something boring. Okay, what needs straightening? What's okay? Is the table straight?
Actually, everything's really straight, and yeah, everything looks fine. It's like there's no discrepancy.
These can go here, right? You can see that.
Yep. I see the temps cup. I see the. Yeah, and then I see the mags.
That's okay, I think. Like
Okay.
just on the coffee table, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. It's not. Why is it not getting your face?
This is Clark Olofsson. I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Look at the camera. What is happening? It's weird. You ready?
Yeah.
The only thing I miss about holding the bowl is that I always like waving the spoon around. Like that.
It's locked onto the face on the box.
The autofocus is?
Yeah. Change to the other one, bro. There you go. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
And we are speeding.
This is Clark Olofsson. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that. Oh, the HVAC.
Catch. Okay.
Wait for it.
Yep.
Not good like that. Box. Angle.
Yep. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, you want that just like down in this shot. Waiting on the HVAC.
It's fucking long this time.
Okay. Are we like still just rolling?
Still rolling.
This is Clark Olofsson. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that a lot of you have never heard that name before. I bet he probably doesn't look familiar either, does he? But here's the thing. Even if you don't know his name, you probably do know the name of the condition he inspired. This is the story of how Sweden's most notorious criminal became the inspiration behind the psychiatric condition Stockholm Syndrome. Just do that once more, and I'll keep going. This is Clark Olofsson. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that a lot of you have never heard that name before. I bet he probably doesn't look familiar either, does he? But here's the thing. Even if you don't know his name, you probably do know the name of the condition he inspired. This is the story of how Sweden's most notorious criminal became the inspiration behind Stockholm Syndrome. I think we can all agree that, generally speaking, the government aims to keep notorious faked. I think we can all agree that, generally speaking, the government aims to keep notorious armed robbers out of their banks, right? I mean, that's the entire point of security, right? The arms, and to the end. Should be able to just press that button, right? Arrow with a line at the edge of it, and then scroll backward.
Clark Olofsson died.
I can't see anything on the screen.
Yeah, it does that thing, right?
Did it?
That's why you can't do that button.
I thought the button worked. But just exit out of the script. Yeah, you're back. Nope,
Okay, what do you see now?
nothing. If you scroll usually to that. Here, I can.
Do you still see
No,
nothing?
Now I see stuff. I see, but I gotta tell you, Clark Olofsson died. Okay, yeah.
So if I mean, I don't know, we can just try it.
Scroll back the other way. Other way. Keep going.
That's gonna be too much to guess.
Okay. Go ahead and press it.
Okay,
That'll be
not
good. I'll catch up. Just let it go.
good.
Here we go. Clark Olofsson died on June 24th, 2025. He was 78 years old. Hopefully, he's ripping around heaven in a Ford Mustang somewhere. Rest in peace, legend. So thanks for joining me today, guys. That was really good. That's good anyway.
Don't we need the end of that?
That
So
is the
is
end.
there no? So what do you think?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm going to do a montage of that one with You're Still the One by Schneck. I'm hanging with you. Old woman now talking about pictures of him now.
You know, Ula mixed that song. Isn't that weird?
What's that?
Ula mixed that song. Ula.
Oh, really? Isn't that a weird coincidence? That's it. About the rights to that. It's like, what does that mean? This is Bonnie and Clyde. Okie dokie. Fuck. I'm getting gassed. Okay.
Scripts.
Yeah, can you see if it'll open for you?
Line.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Ready? Am I okay?
Yep.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
This is Bonnie and Clyde Barrow, and this is Bonnie and Clyde.
Bonnie Parker.
This is Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow in April 1933. This is fuck me. This is Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow in April 1933. In just 13 months, they'll be dead. Ambushed on a quiet Louisiana road by a hand-picked posse of Texas Rangers and lawmen. They robbed banks, stole cars, shot their way across half the country, accidentally inventing outlaw celebrity culture, and became two of the most photographed criminals in American history. This is a story about what happens when two lovers mistake notoriety for immortality. This is the story of Bonnie and Clyde. Okay, so Bonnie and Clyde. Were they good, evil? Let's do a quick recap because it's only been, like 91 years. Okay, so here's the facts. First and foremost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just scroll and see.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. What do you see at the top?
Another garbage remake. Well, this guy loves it.
Yeah, it's so far off, dude. How do you fix this? Like,
I need to just make scripts for that case. That's just like
that are short.
intro, outro.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do here.
Like I can use the button, but
Yeah, I use the button and I'll try it the same way I did last one. Rewind. I don't see anything yet.
yeah, I went through like 5, 7, 8, 10 paragraphs now. Still nothing.
Nothing. Hold on. Maybe it. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, but like
Let me. Yeah. Oh. There's nothing. I saw something on there. It's like there. Okay. Okay. Keep going. Okay. There. I should be able to just do it.
Okay.
Good.
Mhm.
So, what do you think? Were Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes of the Great Depression that should be celebrated? Or were they just cold-blooded killers out for personal gain? Let me know in the comments below. And of course, don't forget to, murder that subscribe button, as we like to say around here, and hit that notification bell because I've got more killer content dropping all the time. I'll see you in the next one, Cornflakes.
It's fine.
Yeah. Nailed it. Heaven's Gate. Yeah, I'm trying to get away from. But like, I'm trying to get away from that outro too.
I want the episodes to end more like, just like talking to the channel.
Yeah.
We gotta have discussions about like, we should be thinking about it more like we're writing like dialogue for a character, not a script.
Yeah.
Like, so it's just like written in regular language.
Ready?
Yep.
And rolling.
Oh, this one I do have to do. How do you start your morning? Hopefully not isolated and estranged from your friends and family with a guy who looks like this. This is Mustang's. Oh, yeah, sorry. And although he looks exactly like that loon who stands on your street corner screaming about the end of days, he wasn't as harmless as he looks. I mean, listen to this. Yeah. Somehow, that guy convinced his followers that Earth was about to be recycled. But thankfully, their souls could live on. All they had to do was leave their bodies behind and take a joyride around the galaxy with a bunch of aliens. The only catch? You had to eat poisoned applesauce to get there. Today, I'm talking about how one man's crazy vision led to the biggest self-inflicted loss of human life on U.S. soil. Today, we're talking about Heaven's Gate. Okay. Hey, welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. I gotta say, I've really been enjoying this second season, shall we call it, back on the couch. So far, I've covered Britain's Charles Bronson and Australia's Mark Chopper-Reed. Everybody seemed to like both of those episodes so far. Got a lot of positive feedback. And hey, bonus, heard from a lot of angry Aussies, actually, about how, hey, nobody drinks Foster's here, man. Yeah, okay, guys, but I'm Canadian and I don't just drink maple syrup. It's just what we're known for, okay? But anyways, I'd love to hear from all of you cornflakes on, who or even what you'd like covered in the future episodes. So drop that down in the comments for me. And hey, if you haven't already and you like this episode, make sure to subscribe and hit that hype button. Anyways, cults, man. How are people still falling for this garbage? Okay.
Shit.
Same thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
go.
Oh no, keep going. Sorry, this is the part that I cut out. Yeah, keep going. Okay. Yeah. So, what do you think? Was Marshall evil, or was he just drunk on his own Kool-Aid? Let me know in the comments below. And of course, don't forget to murder that subscribe button, because I've got more killer content dropping all the time. I'll see you in the next one, cornflakes. If not, call Bad Boy.
Okay.
Okay, box drops. The box drop.
Stick prompter off. So now the prompter.
We are done with the prompter. Yeah.
You take the iPad out of it.
All right, folks. So those on the stream, that brings us to the end of our wide shot for intros and outros, and our regular shot for the meat of the episode. So now we're gonna go in tight for a close up where I do all the moments where I drop the box. Right? How do you start your morning? Boom. So we do all those back to back, and then B-roll of the globe in this case, and that's it. Maybe a shot of me picking up a dictionary while we're at it. That's it. I'll answer some questions. When was the couch born? I bet you, I would guess this is a couch from the 70s. What do you think? Yeah. It looks like 70s to me. I heard chewing. I need to speak to HR now. It's so fun to see behind the scenes. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. If you have any questions, pop them in the chat. 4 more likes gets us to 100 likes on this live. Let's do it. Do it.
Here.
I need some more homework. Here. I took the long way. It also gives me an opportunity of this channel from time to time to use songs that I have a secret love for, and I can pretend that I'm using them ironically, but really I'm just loving every second of it. Like All That You, The Sign by Ace of Base in the Chopper video. Still the One by Shania Twain I've got the rights for. That's coming up soon. Oh, this guy. I didn't know you could stand up by yourself, Unc.
Fuck.
Wait, how old are you? How old are you? This guy who calls me Unc. How old are you? You're the one who drew the pictures that you sent, and I sent one to Eric, I think. You drew one of Cameraman Eric too, right? Remember, Eric? I sent you that. Yeah, how old are you? Your parents know you're on the chat?
Your parents know you're on the chat.
I'll give you a word of warning too. And you hear everyone say this, but yesterday I was 19. Red robe, Wednesday. So for merch, guys, it's coming soon again. It's gonna have to start a little more simplistic than I would like, but it's just too expensive to offer merch that is ultimate merch. We'll get there. But I'm thinking to do stuff, I don't want to just do just plain logo. I'm thinking of leaning into the swing set stuff. Should come up with a line of helmets. But like just like the Stop the Swings logo. I think that's a good logo. Kind of Ghostbuster. Mashups. You can't read this, can you?
No, I need to get. Okay, green is out.
A little bit of room so we can do a push. A little bit.
Yeah, like a little bit.
Well, push is, we're only going to get tighter, but like, I mean, I guess you can't go any wider, what you're saying, right?
No, without getting the green. I don't know. Why don't I have this problem before? Like further away? No, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, here you can see.
You're shooting more up at the ball? No, I would do the opposite. That's good. That's good. Good. Center.
Okay.
Good box.
Just give me the back here in the camera. Okay, should you try one?
Yep.
Speeding.
I have a little more. This get it closer to the board. A little further. Okay, where's the main get this marked? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do Okay, hold on.
Just let me turn the autofocus off here and do that. Okay, go there. Okay, that's it.
Next.
Who was I in for blue? Clark. Yeah, and then red. Okay. Okay. Speeding.
I'm gonna pull it out again. Good.
Yep.
So then it puts me on a cut to from my hands being up to seeing my hands in the shot. I don't think I did that with him at all.
No, you didn't.
I might have. No, this guy's good looking. Last one.
Okay. Ready?
Good.
Yep.
And pull it.
Yep.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need a close up of. I did a lot of like with him being like, look at this guy. How would you possibly?
Okay.
And just the globe.
Okay, so for that you don't want on the
Thing.
on the green.
The globe.
No, holding him up.
Yeah. So I'll just go over here.
Okay.
You know what? Tomorrow when we're getting top down shot, you can grab one where just have a dictionary on the table and pull the dictionary. I'm gonna use that as like a cue for the channel now with that Four Seasons by Vivaldi. Push from the top down.
have to go lower. You have to be quite a bit lower if you want it. Like, yeah, I still have tons of green to shot.
I mean, I guess it's okay if it's green. You can just key it. Like,
I mean, I can just
don't pan or anything at least.
hold it again. Like way lower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me just put the other lens on.
Weird how it's laptop is.
Okay. Lower. Even lower.
I don't want to see the cushion.
No, that's fine. You can't tell at all what we're looking at, like where we are, just his arm and thing. But if you go this tiniest bit lower, yeah, you won't be able to tell, and then I won't be able to get it. No, I can't see the cushion. I can get wider than you need to be. You can punch in as much as you want.
The seat cushion.
Yeah, and then I don't have the green. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Do you want to go in and out?
I'm just going like here.
Yeah. Too high. Yeah. That's great. Mm-hmm. Okay. Got it. Okay, and then for the globe, I guess we're going like over your shoulder.
I think the globe will be tight enough and almost looking down a bit so that like we're not gonna have to reach the green, right? Yeah. I just gotta pull up the script for a second. I know I think I said Australia, Japan. It's supposed to be like a bunch of Europe ports.
What's in the box? It's actually cereal. I just poured cereal in it.
I was like, it sounds like hardware. Okay.
Dude, we didn't turn the fucking lights off. We're going through them all again.
We can get away with the box shot.
Dude, are you serious?
I think we can get away with the box shot.
Okay. Your funeral. No way it's gonna match. What the fuck? That's so funny.
We've done that. That's not the first time. Remember we did that the very first time we shot?
No.
The very first time we shot, we realized that we shot like an episode with the lights on.
Yeah, but it wasn't like that much light.
In the basement, yeah.
Okay. I mean, we can redo the
Let
drum
me
box.
just look. Hold on.
That?
Yeah, you're probably right. You probably can't get away with that.
I can try to. It's like that awesome.
I think you probably can't get away with it. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Clark's foster care, sailor around the world. Japan, Australia, South America, and Europe.
Okay.
Didn't I have to go up on this side of me?
Yeah.
On which side?
That side of you. Far side. But it's not gonna matter. Like,
Yeah, it's for style.
I'm just gonna be on your hands, right?
Yeah, like quite.
Like, if you can keep it closer to the camera for me. Can't focus. You might have to punch this in a bit, but
That's okay.
A lot deeper with the focus. I'm going to do a reverse thing. So I'm going to point here and then I'm going to spin it hard. And then I'm going to reverse the clip so it's like it's spinning and my finger sticks on Japan, you know? Or, you know what, it might be better for you to spin it, well, for me.
Okay.
Because I don't think I'll be able to do it once you're rolling. Okay.
ready? Okay.
So on 3, just give it as good of a spin as you can, but the other side of it, I guess.
Okay. Which direction?
Doesn't matter. I'll go 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. Maybe a little jerky, probably let's try one more.
I feel like there's.
Too much.
Well, you have to hold it so that it's like not gonna.
Try. See, otherwise I'll just do this. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go. That might have worked.
Okay.
Okay. Japan, Australia. It's all broken.
You gotta hold it still.
And then I'll cut to B-roll.
This is a really unnecessary gag. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it adds much. Like, what's the point of even having the?
Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
One, 2, 3, go. That's fine. And then South America. Your head just go boom, 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 right? Instead of spinning it, maybe. Spins
Okay, got it.
South America. We're gonna do Japan once more, just pointing at it.
Hold on. Okay, got it.
Japan.
Yeah.
Australia.
Got it. One more. One more. Okay.
And Europe. There you are, Europe.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it then.
You're gonna say yeah.
And that's pretty much it for today. So we're going to call a stream. Thanks for everybody for joining. We still got 14. We ended up 99 likes. So close. Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for stopping in. Hope some of you enjoyed this. I'm going to see if there's any final questions in here. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we went for 6 hours. That was fun. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any other questions at any point, feel free to drop them on the post announcing the live stream, and I will answer them there. Anyways, I'm tired, and I think we're going to do a little more setup, but then we're taking off for the day. So, peace. Thank you for being here. Thanks for everyone for adding to the chat. Hope you had a good time. Adios.